For those who are new or unfamiliar with my content, I would like to give a disclaimer. Slow Damage has an extremely self-destructive main character, and his nonchalant comments about his lack of concern for himself does trigger my nervous laughter. If you'd like to view my content that covers darker and triggering subjects like this one, please consume it responsibly and know that this content is not for minors. I want to emphasize that if you experience any of the severe symptoms that TOA does, I highly encourage that you seek professional help rather than view this playthrough. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Slow Damage! And actually today, I think we will finally be finishing off Slow Damage! I'm very conflicted because I'm very excited, but I'm also very sad that we are finally coming to the conclusion of Slow Damage because I've really come to love our very colorful cast of characters here, despite their flaws and their difficulties and their degeneracy. I've come to love the cast a lot through this. I guess it's been a couple months journey for me because it's taken me so long to finish the game between my schedule. But so that's where we are right now. We're just gonna call it good and we're just gonna finish it up because we're pretty much to the end of this journey. I'm kind of sad. I'm really sad. But it's been a great time, and so I'm very excited to see how this all comes together. Everyone is finally in the picture. Everybody is standing in their roles, and we're gonna see. We're gonna find out the fate of Shinkomi. We're gonna find out the fate of the Takasatogumi. We're gonna find out the final fate of what Toa has decided. So, let's see. I'm getting nervous. Okay, so, all right, let's see what we got here. Okay. Okay, let's go. Let's see if I got it. I'm not sure. So let's go on this journey together.
お前はおとなしい子供だった。静かにうつむいて俺の診察を受けていた。注射にも声一つ出さず、こっちが不安になるくらいにな。だから気になって仕方がなかった。頭の片隅にいつもお前のことがあった。
結局逃げるのか。そうまでして自分だけのものにしたかったのか。
どうしようもなかったんだ。俺には。
Oh, it's playing the. I think I got it. Did I get it? Did I get it? Please tell me I got it. I'm so tired.
そうか。
I'm afraid because I have no idea what Taku's madness ending is. Oh. Okay. He stared at the floor and mumbled to himself.
やっぱり無理なんだ。どれだけ長い時間を過ごそうとも思いを伝えることは難しい。
Did I get
それならいっそのこと
Oh my gosh.
力ずくで
Oh
も
boy, oh boy.
自分のものにした方がいいのか。
The fear is coming up at me. Fine now, okay. He mumbled to himself as if he'd forgotten I was right here.
おい
Uh-oh. Right when I tried to get a look at his face, he suddenly reached out and grabbed my left arm.
そうだ、そうしよう。誰かに取られるくらいなら。
タク離せ
Oh boy. He looked up, but though his eyes were pointed in my direction, I could tell he wasn't really seeing me. I was just window dressing.
誰かに取られるくらいなら。
Oh no, oh no. Unable to shake him off, I swung my cast up and punched him in the face. Oh, that's right, Toa has a cast on right now. His lip began to bleed. He licked it, then looked at me. But his eyes were darker and colder than I'd ever seen them. He grabbed my cast and kicked my legs out from under me. Ah! Unable to brace for impact, I hit the floor hard. My broken arm roared in pain. Right as I managed to lift my head, I felt a tiny prick of pain in my neck. And I saw that he was holding oh no! Holding an injection needle! His eyes were like ice.
何を
I'm having a, what do you call it? Clear from Dramatical Murder sweats. Bad end. Sweats. Slowly but surely, my limbs grew numb and I started seeing double. Taku stared down at me in silence as I lay collapsed on the floor. His smoke had shifted to a very dark, reddish purple, almost black. Oh no. His emotionless eyes reflected the cold, sterile light. That was the last thing I saw before I passed out. Why is Taku doing? What is that? Oh my god. What's happening?
帰らせてもらう。
What?
何？帰らせてもらうと言ったんだ。もちろん。
What?
今日も一緒に。薬はどうなる？放棄するつもりか？
What?
3日で完成させる。
What?
それを信じろと。必ず3日で。
I'm afraid.
さすがにそれを信じろってのは都合が良すぎるだろう。薬をすぐに完成させたければ信じてもらうしかない。
What's happening? I'm afraid.
なんだ？何かあったのか？迷いがなくなったんだよ。俺の中で。迷い？何の話だ？少しでもためらっていたら失ってしまう。だから失うくらいなら絶対。
What do you mean? I'm really afraid, Taku. I'm scared. Taku's scary when he's up in the grill.
何があったか知らねえが、吹っ切れたことは確かなようだな。
Oh, he's overcome some, alright.
今のお前は目が違う。 あんなに恨みつらみを煮詰めたみたいな腐った目をつけやがったのによ。今は研ぎ澄まされた刃物みたいだ。
Oh my gosh. This game's really good at making me anxious.
限りの命を救おうなんていう。めいた考えは捨てた。
They are talking for way too long, but you know, whatever.
当に欲しいものだけがあればいい。他のことはどうだっていい。なるほど。その考え方は悪くねえな。
I'm gonna need the peep bunny, I guess. My emotional support peep.
こっちは薬さえ完成させてくれれば、あとは何でもいい。好きにしろ。ただし、もし裏切ったら、お前もとはもただじゃおかない。
Have mercy.
わかってる。本当に変わったな、お前。
Sounds like Taku had like a full mental breakdown. I mean, that's technically what it is. When the hourglass breaks like that. For the next 3 days, I was confined to the room. I was handcuffed and gagged, with guards standing watch both inside and outside. Specifically, the extra guards stationed inside were there to make sure I didn't try to commit. They pointed their guns at me whenever I flailed around, so I tried to get them to kill me, but then they drugged me until I lost will to resist. Then, on the night of the 3rd day, I lay on the bed, my mind fuzzy, and watched as Taku entered the room. I hadn't seen him in 3 days, and yet he looked like he'd aged several years. He walked over to me and stared down at me with sunken eyes.
すべて終わった。帰ろう。
Had he finished the drug? That was the only coherent question on my otherwise fuzzy mind. After that, Tono's goons drove us back home to the clinic. When we finally arrived, it was well past 2 a.m. Taku led me through the front entrance to the waiting room. The building had closed down after we were kidnapped, and being inside felt like exploring old ruins. I sat on the edge of an empty bench and looked around the room. But I felt no great relief in being back. My only real option was that it felt too quiet. Oh, opinion was that it felt too quiet. I'm afraid. Taku grabbed my left arm and led me down the hall. Absently, I followed along behind him. Our destination, the basement. I'm scared. We traveled down the narrow staircase to the little operating room. Taku headed for a door on the far side of the room. I hadn't noticed during my last visit, but apparently there was another. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. He opened the door. Inside it looked like a guest room about the same size as the operating room. There's a bed, a table, a fridge, a kitchenette, a TV, a bathtub, and a toilet, with some groceries. You'd have everything you'd need to live here. I had a bad feeling about this. Oh gosh. Oh, he's gonna lock you up here. Apparently Taku had anticipated that I would freak out. He yanked hard on my arm. Before I could resist, he stabbed an injection needle into my vein. I could only watch helplessly as the clear fluid entered my bloodstream. Once the needle was emptied, he let go of my arm. Glaring, I staggered backwards away from him. My heart was starting to race, and I was breathing more heavily. He stared back at me without emotion.
今日からここがお前の部屋だ。ずっとここにいれば安全だ。もう二度と危険にさらされることはない。
That's a terrible sign. Madarame smoke didn't look like this though. So that just proves Madarame is buck wild. Sorry.
何言って。絶対に離さない。絶対に。
He had a deranged look in his eyes. Madness peeked out from behind his calm veneer. Ah, okay, I see. His smoke engulfed his body in what looked like dark red flames. Was I the one who drove him to do this? As the chemicals started to kick in, I took another step backwards, breathing hard. The backs of my knees brushed the edge of the bed and I sat down. Try as I might to keep my guard up, I was distracted by my growing inability to breathe. I clutched at my chest and gulped down oxygen. When I looked up, I saw Taku smiling at me. His eyes were full of sorrow and love. Stress is real. After that, an indeterminate amount of time passed. After all, I had no way of measuring it. My entire world was reduced to a single room. This was the only place where I was permitted to exist. In the beginning, I was able to stay informed about the outside world through the TV and my phone, but at some point I stopped trying. This was my world now. Taku brought me food and drinks twice a day, once in the morning and once at night. At all other times, the door was locked up tight. In the beginning, he would give me an injection once a week at dinner time. It put me in a dreamlike state and made me feel good. And I quickly realized he was drugging me with something. If I really tried, I probably could have decked him, knocked the needle away, and run out of the room. But I didn't. Whenever I looked into his empty eyes, my strength drained away. His dark, round pupils sucked me in, and it made me jealous. I wished I could go to the other side with him. This desire negated any will to fight. Meanwhile, his injections increased to once every 5 days. This lasted about a month, then it graduated to once every 3 days. What is it? And now... When I heard Taku's footsteps approaching, I looked up from the bed. My body was nearly skeletal to the point that you could see my ribs. Wearing clothes was a waste of time, so I didn't bother. Bodily fluid spilled from my lips and nose to the sheets. The sheets were stained dark brown from the times I would scratch my skin until it bled. My limbs were withered like dead leaves, yet they felt like a ton of bricks when I tried to lift them. Whenever Taku came by, then I'd get my injection, and it'd all feel better. In contrast with my gaunt, hollow face, there was a strangely vibrant light in my eye as I waited for the door to open. The footsteps slowly traveled down the stairs, then paused. I heard the door unlock. Then the door opened and a dark figure walked in.
Tho.
Holding a silver tray, he called my name. I shivered. The only light was that of the TV. Faintly, I could see that Taku was just as gaunt as I was. His sunken eyes glinted darkly. Like a dog, I crawled on all fours on the bed, wagging my invisible tail. He walked over and sat down. I offered him my arm, dotted with dark bruises in between the scars. A bony hand seized my arm while the other lifted the injection needle from the tray. With no hesitation, he plunged the tip into my skin and injected me with the colorless drug. I whimpered, entranced, as my eye glazed over. He pulled the needle out and I sank into the filthy bed. Giggling, I rubbed my face against the sheets. Smiling, Taku watched me for a moment, then plucked a small capsule off the tray. What's up? But I barely responded. He put a hand to my chin and tilted my head up, and finally my fuzzy vision focused on him. He bit the capsule between his teeth, then leaned in. Oh boy. I took the hint and met his lips, drawn in like a magnet. As we kissed, he used his tongue to push the capsule into my mouth. It melted in the heat of our tongues, mixing with our saliva. We coated each other in the bitter substance. Then after the bitterness faded, we pulled our tongues away. Oh boy.
新しい薬だ。今までよりもっと飛べる。
Oh, Lord have mercy. We smiled, our noses touching, and kissed again. Then he wrapped his arms around me and pushed me down on the bed. With my body and mind both fried, I'd lost all control. Sometimes I find myself leaking fluids all over. Even now I was drooling from the corner of my mouth. Maybe my brain was melting. When Taku started to run his tongue along my chest, my body felt like it had turned into a floating cloud. The drugs must have kicked in. Pleasure filled my skull as if my brain was a sex organ, and I writhed. The slightest touch of skin, the slightest brush of the sheets made me tremble. I was already... yeah. I'll keep my thoughts to it. Hold on. Well, we'll... Taku interrupted my shallow breaths with a kiss. Our saliva-slathered lips met and our tongues wriggled like pupae. When I opened my eye a crack, I saw swarms of ant-like insects trailing lines up and down my arms. It sent a shiver down my spine, but I found the sensation soothing, and it made me laugh. Something had chewed a hole in one of my old scars, and now bugs streamed out of it. I was the matriarch, giving life to my children. More bugs would spill forth from fresh holes, and then Taku would impregnate me with anew. The circle of life would spin on and on. But hey, as long as I was helping the bugs, I didn't mind. Lying on my back and on the sweaty sheets, I laughed to myself. Taku laughed too. As they departed the nest, the bugs grew wings and buzzed around the room. Lulled by the delicate drone, I slowly closed my eye. I'll never let go again. We'll always be together until the day we die. Whoa, that was the time. Man, why was that so hard to... I don't know why these endings are so hard to get. Oh, that was something. Okay. I'll let the song play, and then I'll give my thoughts, and then we'll go to the next one. Woo! You know, thank goodness that I'm that I played that after obtaining the true good ending, because I think if I played that and was led back to another dark room, I don't know what oh boy, that would be a psychological damage for real, slow damage for real. You know, that's a that ending is very interesting. So basically, again, this is, you're driven to madness, and I think the only person unaffected by that is Madarame, because he's buck wild. But ironically, Madarame's mental state is very sound. So even though he has a tendency to violence, well, his stability is sound, right? His mental stability is very sound. So he does things his way, and he doesn't. It isn't easy to get under his skin at all. Because I think the only person that he really has any care about is mostly Toa. Because, yeah. But in this case, Taku's over protectiveness and his dark, I guess, dark, deep, suppressed obsession with keeping Toa is what is triggered by the madness, and that is what is explored in the madness ending. You know, I'm honestly very I'm curious as to why Taku chose this solution. You know what I mean? It was kind of like, you know, I don't know. I know it's supposed to be because, like, you know, Taku chose to just go through with the drug and, like, gave up because he was just like, the one thing he wasn't willing to give up was Toa. Like, because he was willing to give up everything else but Toa. And then, because of the mental break, he was just like, I'm just gonna keep Toa. Like, I've just decided that, okay, fine. I'll make this drug, but I'll also have it service my needs, you know, which is to, imprison Toa. Lock him up in this basement, make him only depend upon me, feed him a bunch of drugs, so that, you know, even though that's the opposite of what he was trying to do. Like, he was so like, he was trying to protect Toa so hard that in the end, I don't know, it's a particularly stressful ending, but I don't I just think it's kind of funny that that's Taku's solution. Even when driven to madness, I was just like, that's a very complex solution, you know. It's a very calculated solution from someone like Taku. That's CG, not that CG. All the CGs were really pretty in the bad ending though. Like, that ending CG was like beautiful. Also, I never really know if people, like, the writers are doing this on purpose when they do, like, whenever I think of hallucinations shared by two people in any fictional media, I'm reminded of Folie à Deux, which is the madness of two. So it's not lost on me. I'm pretty sure that's what the writer was thinking, because it is a condition in which usually a good amount of the time both people experience some kind of similar trauma, so then they begin to share the same kind of hallucinations and the same kind of symptoms, which is why it's Folie à Deux, madness of two, you know, madness of two, like, so I don't think Taku is taking the drug. I think he just gave it to Toa, and because of the conversation and the repetitive nature of this hallucination, Taku is Taku is experiencing the same thing Toa is seeing. I'm always interested in the aspect of Folie à Deux when it's used in fictional media. So that was the most fascinating part to me. I'm sorry. It's a very, like, this is definitely a horror, like a horror type of ending. Again, it is a bad / madness ending. So yeah, but I'm just kind of like, I thought, I for some reason thought it would be worse. Like, I thought he was gonna pull like a clear, like, you know, like, you know, like, where it's like, so I'm gonna keep you here, but I'm just gonna amputate all your limbs. I mean, he might as well have, actually, but, you know, I guess Toa, it's already bad enough that Toa has been, like, missing an eye since the beginning of this game, you know, so I guess they were just like, let's just, you know, let's not do that again. So let's do something else. Yeah. This one was interesting. I think the build-up was scarier, like the anxiety between what is Taku gonna do to Toa, like that in-between area was scarier than what I actually experienced. Not about, okay, I probably sound like I'm like I'm just like no, but no, I just thought it was interesting that, you know, like when you think about it, it's like that's your solution though. Even when driven mad, that's your solution. That's a very complex and convoluted solution, but I guess he used, because he'd been working on this drug the whole time, and then he just decided, you know what, since I can't have Toa, I'm gonna make sure I can have Toa now by using this drug. And also he just left Toa in Tono's place. Like I thought he said he was gonna take Toa home. So well, anyway, I'm interesting. Yeah, okay. That was an interesting ending. Not as, I don't know what I was expecting. I don't know. I think I was expecting Taku to just kill Toa. Like I think that's what it was. I was expecting him to just go to town and just do it, and then I think I was expecting him to like keep Toa's corpse, but I guess, you know, basically dance with Toa's corpse or something. I mean that's what I thought. Again, maybe I've experienced too much scary horror BLs, I guess. I've watched too much horror, I guess. Well, because I just thought, you know, I always, like, I mentioned this, I always think the worst. You know, maybe I'm just like, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why I was just like, oh, well, that seems a little more complicated than what I thought you were gonna do, so. Oh gosh, anyway. Well, that was Taku. I'm glad I played it on recording for you guys, because that ending CG was worth seeing it on screen. You know, I think just for that ending CG, that's I'm satisfied with playing that ending, even though I have a lot of questions, if that makes sense, for Taku again. But I don't, it just seemed very complicated. It seemed like a very complicated solution, you know. It seemed more like mental break, you stab Toa, or like even just stab Toa, just like stab Toa, injure him, then lock him in the room. I mean, locking him in the room that way, or even locking it in his own apartment would have been fine, and then you just remove everything that he can do in there. Or like, you know, you let Toa paint, but all he does is just paint nothing because he can't have euphoric episodes. I don't know. The possibilities are endless. So you know, Taku, I'm like, okay. But I guess that also is like the exploration of his like full obsession. You know, so maybe that's it. Okay. Anyway, I think I'm good. Okay, I think we can move on to today's ending now. Well, after that, I don't. Yeah, okay, sorry. I'll talk about Madarame's ending a little bit too, because I did it together with his good ending, just because I got his bad ending first. So with in comparison to Taku's ending, Madarame's ending was fine. Like, you know, that sounds so bad. But because in Toa's ending, Toa doesn't have technically autonomy of himself anymore. Taku truly has like entrapped Toa. Toa like is now like fully controlled by this drug and Taku. And it's like he just does whatever Taku wants, and he's just waiting for Taku. And those are his days until like they both perish from malnourishment. So whereas Madarame, in Madarame's ending, neither of them really have like a psychological break, if that makes sense, because it's basically like Toa only remembers the self that is extremely angry, but he doesn't remember the memories from his childhood that make him angry. All he feels is rage, and he just wants to fight. And like, so in Madarame, like in both, technically in both of like Madarame's endings, the good ending and the bad ending, in the good ending, Toa essentially just like, I don't want to say he regresses, because he's technically not regressing. He remembered his memories from before Tono shot him in the eye. But he doesn't remember the severe childhood trauma from his mother. So what he has is that Madarame is like aight. You know, the reason Toa goes back to Madarame is because he remembers who he was, and so because of that confusion and because of that like internal struggle, he goes back to Madarame because he feels like Madarame is the only person that like is fully capable of like understanding who he is, right? But that also means abandoning the life he has made for himself because he doesn't belong there, as he kept repeating. So in the madness ending with Toa and Madarame, Madarame only does what Toa wants. Still, you know, even though Toa is now like a bit deranged, well, I say a bit, but even though now he's like fully deranged, because now he's like, they repeat, it's a similar thing. They repeat the same thing over and over again, because again, that's madness. Madarame still does what Toa wants. And like, whereas like in Taku's ending, they're doing what Taku wants because Taku has manipulated the situation. You know, I hope that makes sense. But yeah, in Madarame's ending, Toa still has some sense of like, some sense of his mind still, even though again he's mad. He's been driven mad, essentially. But Madarame at the end still says, you know, Toa, if it's you, I'd let you kill me. Right? Which is, you know, kind of the opposite of Taku. Taku was gonna kill Toa because he just didn't want, you know, if Toa's just gonna keep getting hurt, I'd rather just kill Toa myself. Right? Which he could not do in the good ending. And in the bad ending, he essentially is killing them both, but in a very slow manner. So anyway, okay, let's head over to Mr. Izumi Day. Let's see what's going on over there. Oh boy. Okay. Boy. I got it. Ah! Oh, that was so difficult. I was missing something. I was missing like a specific inspiration. I had to go through the whole thing. Oh boy. Oh boy. What is... Oh gosh. Oh gosh, I'm afraid. Okay, here we go, kids. I have fear. Give me a moment. Oh, we're finally here. Oh my gosh. I had no idea why I wasn't getting it. I was missing the section. Oh my lord, have mercy. Okay, here we go. Madness ending Ray time. Partway through, Ray looked away like he was disappointed. Maybe I made a mistake somewhere. Uh-oh. After that, Ray went on to win his money match. He had asked Sakaki to let him keep fighting even after the debt was repaid. When I heard about it from Sakaki, I immediately tried to ask Ray about it. Oh, here we go. He looked at me stoically and said, "I just can't stop." After his money match wounds healed enough for him to walk, he went back home. And a few days later, Taku noticed that I had vanished from my apartment in the middle of a painting. Normally I never ever left my place when I was painting. But when he came to check on me and found that I was gone, he figured I'd be back eventually. Oh, what happened? A day went by, then 2, then 3. At that point, Taku got worried and went looking for me. After a week of no luck, he noticed he couldn't get a hold of Ray either. So where had we gone? All he could do was search frantically for any sign of us. Oh boy. I opened my eye. Apparently I'd fallen asleep. Ooh, that's it. I see. Oh boy. I blinked a few times, then raised my head. The room was dark. Evidently he wasn't home yet. As I shifted my weight, the bed creaked. It was too large for one person, but nevertheless I lay alone under the silky sheets. Then my foot brushed a rolled-up blanket. I looked over at the digital clock on the bedside table. 2 a.m. He was bound to be home any minute now. I sat up and reached for my cigs. Then I put one between my lips and lit it. The smoke slowly rose like it was being sucked up by the darkness. As I sat there with one leg bent, zoning out and having a smoke, I heard the front door open. Then the lights clicked on. Nothing too bright though, just the mood lighting. Oh boy. In walked Ray, smiling faintly beneath the blue light.
Tadaima.
He walked over to the bed, cupped my cheek, and pecked me on the lips. I accepted it in silence and took another drag.
今日も勝ったよ。
Oh boy. Oh? Oh boy. Oh gosh. Ugh. I see, those are new. Time to cry.
余裕だった。あくびが出そうなくらい。
I see. But I was only half listening. Then he snatched my cigarette and crushed it in the ashtray on the bedside table.
こっち見て。
Exhaling pale smoke, I turned my face in his direction. He beamed, sat down on the edge of the bed, and cupped my face in both hands.
あんなに嫌だったマネーマッチだけど、もうすっかり慣れちゃった。
Oh boy.
儲かるから、とわに不自由のない暮らしをさせてあげられるし、全然いいんだけど。
Ah, okay. That's where the... I knew Ray's route was a little too nice for being one of the... It's hard because in slow damage, all of them except Fujieda are technically childhood friends, quotation marks. But Ray is the childhood friend, quotation marks. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. So that's where the obsessive best friend archetype went. I was just like, Ray's a little too nice. And then I was like, ah, this is where it went. This is where the yandere best friend archetype went. nitro+chiral always has one. Okay.
最近は戦いながら誰か俺を殺せるやつがいないかなって思ってる。
Oh. Ah, yes. Existential dread. Just then he pressed his forehead to mine.
でも俺を殺せるのはトワだけだよ。
Oh?
トワしかいない。
Interesting. Okay, sorry. I keep talking about reflections in this game. Because, like I said, in Toa's route, in Taku's route, Taku tried to kill, well, quotation marks, tried to kill Toa. And then would obsessively imprison Toa, and then get him high on drugs type of beat. Whereas Rei is over here just like, oh, maybe you're the only one who can kill me. And I'm like, oh, interesting. I see. And then, but also he wants to be able to provide lots of money for Toa, or like Toa can live luxuriously type of beat. Interesting. Okay, let's continue. Oh boy. He whispered in my ear, then pressed his lips to mine. What's in his other? Is that a glass eye? Or is it just covered? I'm not sure. I can't really see that well. Also, there's like a little black like thing on his eye now, so. He ran his tongue against my cheeks and the roof of my mouth. Then he prodded my own tongue with his forked tip, each half seeming with a mind of its own. Oh! Oh, I see. Ah. At his prompting, I curled my tongue around his. Like this, mine was forked at the tip too. As we teased and rubbed each other's slits, I felt a bone-chilling rush of pleasure rise up from my groin. We pulled apart and a feverish Ray climbed on top of me. I was wearing only my underwear, the rest of my body exposed beneath the blue light. In addition to the countless scars, my skin now sported a series of complex patterns.
いつ見ても綺麗だね。
Alright. He grinned happily as he ogled me up and down.
俺がつけた。俺だけの証。
Fascinating. Okay. Entranced, he murmured to himself and traced his index finger across the patterns on my skin. The ticklish feeling made me exhale. These patterns were produced by intentionally creating keloid scars. By cutting lines in the skin, the raised tissue would create shapes. Ray had administered these cuts in order to turn my scarred body to his own work of art. Personally, I had no interest in keloid patterns, but I enjoyed feeling the pain all over my body. He had embedded rings down my back, with thin string looping crisscross through them and ending in a bow like a woman's corset. Oh, so it's the corset piercings. My body was now his canvas, his masterpiece. I used to wear an eye patch, but now the area around my right eye was tattooed black, like I was wearing a half mask.
好きだよ。
As he whispered, he buried his face in my chest and ran his tongue over the thin raised keloid scars. I still loved having my scars teased. I squirmed as the raised skin slid between the two halves of his tongue.
ずっと俺のそばにいて、俺を受け入れて。とは。
Now I understand that I don't need to change myself. As long as I can keep loving you forever and ever. How very interesting. All right, let's let the music play, and then I will give you my thoughts and feelings, as usual. That was a doozy. So actually, that one wasn't bad at all. TBH. They and Taku kind of have a similar ending, because they both kind of they both obsessively keep Taku to themselves, which is funny, because in Madarame's route, Toa has more. In my opinion, I don't know, he seems to have more free will in Madarame's madness route than in Taku and Rei's. Because I don't know if in Rei's route he's like guilty or like brainwashed. I don't know, because like in Taku's route he's locked up and drugged, so whatever. But in Rei's route it's like, did Toa just like run over and like get convinced by Rei to just like, you know, hang with him or something? Like interesting. But yes, I'd recently seen this is a really common joke with nitro+chiral fans, is that it's like there's always like nitro+chiral has particular archetypes that they repeat within all their games, and that still counts to this day in the 5th game of nitro+chiral after many years. Which is, there's always the obsessive, the childhood best friend who's just a little too obsessed with the main character. And all this time, they was like, I figured they was that archetype, the designated archetype in that way. And excuse me. And how do I say it? They was way too nice the entire game. Even at the end where he kind of like admits that he's like, oh, I always followed Toa around when like we were younger or whatever. I really admired Toa, etc, etc, etc. And the foreshadowing to the bad end where like they talks about how he thinks Toa's body is very beautiful because of all the scars, etc, etc. So the ending isn't too, the bad ending isn't too like off base, but it's kind of like, feels a little disjointed. But I don't know, again, like I'm just like, again, I was expecting something like scarier, but you know, Taku's ending was a lot scarier. Rei's madness ending is pretty mild. You know. I don't know. I mean, to me, like, you know, I'm just like, it seems pretty mild to me. You know, Rei is the nicest character, but also it's like it would make sense that I was like, oh, so they put all his obsession into the madness ending, and like everything else is like Rei is like a stand-up guy for the most part. As stand-up as you can be in Shinkomi, you know what I'm saying? So interesting. Okay. Okay, Rei. Okay, I see you, Rei. Okay, that was a lot easier. Rei's ending was a lot less stressful to get through. But oh my gosh, I had to restart the route and just like fast skip everything and then go through and make sure I got everything on the exploration, because I was missing some inspiration, so I was missing some sections in the final interrogation that I needed to get the bad ending. Oh my gosh, why is it so hard to get bad endings in this game? It's like I try so hard to get the bad endings and they're just like, good ending, and I'm like, oh. Like the only one that I got the bad ending for first was Madarame. But that's because I was like, his route is you know, they try to throw you for a loop because they're just like, keep going, and it's just like, I thought you're supposed to make Madarame sway, but if he sways, it's the bad end, like. So anyway. But okay, yeah, okay. So Rei's mental break was, I can't stop fighting now. Okay, he becomes like obsessive over money and fighting, or is it like he's obsessive? So he becomes like super obsessive and like ends up obsessively modifying Toa's body as well, because he can. Like, he can modify Toa the way he wants to and make Toa the way he wants to physically. Now, which is an interesting concept. It's an interesting way to express your madness, I guess. But yeah, there's not much for me to say about Rei's band ending. I was just like, I wasn't sure what I was gonna see, because I was like, you know, he is the body mod guy, so I was just like, I wasn't surprised that he body modded Toa, but you know, I was just like, interesting that this all led to this, you know. Oh goodness, yeah. Okay, but man, those CGs, these bad end CGs are so pretty. So pretty. And these bad end songs are like busted. Like, they're so, oh my gosh, like, I'm never disappointed, I guess. So okay, that's that. There's not much else for me to say. My head is empty after that ending. Besides, like I said, besides, you know, Toa's so pretty in these bad endings. So pretty. I'm just like, why? But also, I understand. That's kind of part of the appeal to even get the bad endings, is that it's like, it's a bad ending, but Toa looks so pretty in them. So anyway, okay. Ooh, we got a drink. Okay, and let's move on. Last we left off, Toa and Fujieda essentially made up. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. They made up, and they smooched, flop-flopped, as we do. So I believe we are. Well, it seems like it's the morning after. So based on this section here, so okay, guys, let's get to it. Absently, I watched him go, and soon afterwards I found myself slipping off to sleep. When I awoke, Fuji was sitting on the edge of the bed, already showered. Slowly, I rolled out of bed and headed to the bathroom to take my turn. I rinsed my body in the shower, then slung a towel over my shoulder and walked back to the bed, where I sat down cross-legged. It felt cold for some reason, and when I looked around, I realized the window was open. Must have been Fujieda. He was already dressed. He shot me and my still naked body a dirty look. Now that I was all freshened up, it finally felt real. Yeah. Maybe it was only just now sinking in for him too. Despite his attempt to play it off, I could feel the nervous tension in the air. Oh, Toad is Toad is out here, huh? As I was lighting a cigarette, he summoned his resolve and looked at me.
聞きたいんだが。
Okay. He sounded serious. I exhaled the smoke and gestured for him to continue.
傷に触れられることについてだ。
Oh?
始まりがマヤだったと知っても、お前は傷が好きなのか？
That's a good question, Fujieda. Fujieda is truly a lawyer because he knows the good questions. Sorry. Maya. The mere sound of her name brought me back to cold, hard reality. I didn't feel sick this time, but my brain refused to function. Nevertheless, I forced myself to speak.
あの女と傷とは別だ。傷は俺のものだ。
Yes!
あの女のものじゃない。
Exactly! You tell her, Towa. Tell her.
あんただってそうだろ。
You tell him, Towa. Once I managed to get the words out, I fixed him with an inquiring look.
俺にとって傷は醜く忌むべきものだ。だが
I could see hesitation in his eyes, but then, with a laugh, he conceded and looked away.
お前は強いんだな。少なくとも強くあろうとしている。負けたくない。あ。
The conversation petered out, and silence fell. I stared at the floor as I smoked, then I remembered something and looked at him intently.
なんだ？そのお前って言い方、そっちが素なのか？
Oh, you're right. Recently, I'd noticed that he had finally dropped the uppity lawyer act. But apparently it was unintentional because he looked at me in surprise.
戻ってたか。いつから？
See, now that I'm like a little at peace, now that we're kind of like in the lull section, the emotions are hitting me now, so. He cupped a hand over his mouth and averted his gaze. I snickered. He cleared his throat pointedly, then donned a very serious look on his face.
率直な感想を聞きたい。
Oh. Sorry, I'm punching air. Before I continue, I really like the contrast and similarities of Fujieda and Toa. Besides me thirsting over Fujieda shamelessly, I'm so sorry. But no, okay. In reality, you know, like Toa said, Toa viewed Fujieda as a person who was so far removed from him, so opposite of him. But then he saw Fujieda's scars, and then he found out Fujieda's story, and what actually happened is that Fujieda and Toa stem from the same place. They are connected by Fujieda's sister, and they also both have scars physically and internally, and they're not scars that will just go away or fade. Those scars will be there with them forever. And despite accidents with Toa or whatever, you know, even when he had memory loss, Toa was still suffering from the effects of all that trauma and abuse. So Fujieda would be the same. You know, he suffers internally and externally, but Fujieda is just very good at putting up the false armor. And Toa was also fascinated by that because, like, you know, he mentioned, he's like, Fujieda was a person he had never like come across really, because his smoke was so unusual, and it never really swayed. He said it only swayed technically once Fujieda like broke. That was the only time. Like, the entire rest of the chapter, Fujieda's smoke was completely white the entire time. The only time it changed color was when he finally like lost his reasoning, which was very hard to get Fujieda to do, as we all saw. So anyway, so the cut. I love opposites attract, but also opposites attract who don't realize they're actually similar. So this hits all my dokies, you know. So this hits all the genres, you know. So I'm weeping inside, but you know, you'll hear that for the rest of this, I'm sure. So okay, let's figure out. Let's hear Toa's opinion.
感想? 俺とのセックスは良かったか?
Wait, I thought he was gonna ask about, oh, so do you think this is the real me? Oh, mercy. Okay. Oh boy. Now that I wasn't expecting it either. I'm shocked. I burst out laughing. Oh, he's laughing. Oh. Surely he could have come up with a better subject change than that, right? Then again, knowing him, he probably was dead serious about asking me. Oh, he's got little plushies. Oh my gosh. Oh. He scowled at me.
Yeah, あんたもそういうことが気になるんだな。
Ooh.
思考の結果を知りたいと思うのは当然の心理だろ。
Fujieda, you're killing me. It sounds so unsexy, but you're just like, but he's sexy though. I'm sorry. Also, Toa's flirty expressions are like my favorite, especially in this chapter, because in this chapter, well, at least at this point, Toa has like, he kind of has like full range of his feelings again. Well, from what I've assumed. Now he kind of has like more weighted emotions than before, where he was just kind of like whatever. So, okay.
全然良くなかった。って言ったらどうするんだよ。
Oh,
さらなる
Toa.
改善策を考えるまでだ。
Oh? Adjustments? What kind of adjustments would you make? Good grief. Unable to suppress my laughter, I stared at the floor and chuckled. Then, as he fell silent, I sensed his uncertainty and reined myself in.
それって改善策を俺に試すところまで考えてるってことか。俺とのセックスはこの一回きりじゃないって。
Hey, yeah. I was like, hmm? Damn, that was so crazy.
まだ感想を聞いていない。
This is so endearing in a game this intense. So he answered grumpily. Apparently, this was his way of hiding his embarrassment.
感想ね。怖かった。
Fear glimmered in his eyes.
それは
気持ちよすぎて。
Ooh! Toa said it? As he struggled to find his words, I shot him a teasing look.
痛みとは違う。今まで感じたことのない気持ちよさで狂うかと思った。
Wow, Toa really knows how to make, like, boost the ego.
そうか。
Oh my gosh. Oh. He averted his eyes again. Perhaps he wasn't expecting me to go into that much detail. His cheeks looked a bit pink.
セックスの時に傷跡に触れられたり痛めつけられたりするのは最高に興奮する。けどあんたに入れられてからは正直全部どこかに飛んでた。そのくらい良かった。
Toa said, I'm gonna just put this out there, like, Toa got riz for real, you know what I'm saying? At this, he hastily cleared his throat.
それならまあ成功したということか。それにしても本当にひどい状態だな。
Absolutely not.
何が？
その体だ。
Yeah, yeah, let's just put it that way.
ひどいのは元からだけど。
Oh no, oh no, Toa.
古傷じゃない。新しい傷のことを言ってる。
ああ。
Cigarette between my lips, I looked down at my own body. The bruises from the were now dark purple, and the cuts and scrapes were scab but swollen.
この部屋に救急箱はあるか？
ある。
Yeah, the one Toa, the one Taku gave Toa. I jerked my chin in the direction of the kit in the corner. He rose from the bed and retrieved it.
新しい傷の手当てをしておいた方がいい。
できるのか？
I smirked. Sorry. Can't believe you. I smirked at him skeptically. Of course, I didn't really doubt him. I was there when he treated Taku and Rei.
簡単になるな。
He nodded without getting offended. I reached up, plucked the cigarette butt from my lips, and crushed it in the ashtray on the edge of the bed. Then he sat down next to me, set the first aid kit on his other side, and held something out to me. It was the bunny toy he'd stolen from me, the one that belonged to Yuzuki Mei.
これを。
あんたの妹のだ。
Not to be offensive, Toa, but Mei is like no longer alive, so at least that's the assumption.
ああ。だが、これはお前が持っていた方がいい。いや、持っていてほしい。
For a brief moment, I hesitated. Then I reached out and wordlessly accepted the toy. Man, you know, like it's not like the game was hiding it. The game was definitely like telling you that Toa is definitely like so insanely traumatized that his memory loss is so strong that his emotional and mental state was like forcing him not to even see her name that was like so bluntly written on the animal. Like, I've seen like a lot of I like to watch a lot of like forensic files and true crime, psychology type of research stuff. But the human brain is very fascinating when it's trying to like protect you. And so the human brain does some very interesting things in order to protect ourselves, in order to protect the body that it inhabits. And it's very, very interesting. So, yeah, things like this would / can actually occur. Where it's like everything just becomes like, you know, you don't see things properly, you begin to like not understand things like that. I sound very ineloquent right now, but I'm just very like you know, so I'm like I'm emotional, I'm sorry. Then I reached out and wordlessly accepted the toy. With a relief sigh, Fujieda took my arm and began the first aid process. He disinfected the wounds, applied gauze, and taped it to my skin. His every movement was confident. I watched him in silence as he worked.
念のため、後から村瀬先生に見てもらった方がいい。応急処置しかできないからな。
I think he'll be fine, Fuji. I think as long as you were like up in the grill, I think it's gonna be okay. Finally, he fitted a fresh eye patch over my right eye. Then he packed everything back into the first aid kit. Rubbing my newly bandaged arm, I looked down at the toy he had returned to me.
Yuzuki Mei ってのは妹の名前なんだよな。
あ、
名字が違うのは両親が離婚したのか。
いや、藤枝亮は偽名だ。
He also doesn't have a real name. Or like his name, that's not his real name.
偽名？本名は？
The music stopped, I'm afraid.
柚木湊だ。
Oh, they're Minato and Mei. Yuzuki Minato. I thought of him as Fujieda for so long it didn't feel right.
表向きには仕事用の名前だと言っているが、本当は両親と同じ姓を名乗りたくなかった。
Oh, so Toa and Fujieda are like, they're actually like full reflections of sort of full reflections of each other.
俺は両親を憎んでいる。
He turned away, rubbing his arm with his other hand.
俺の体の傷は両親の虐待によるものだ。
Not the like full soulmate situation here. Because you know, like I mentioned that technically, like, even though Madarame is something, Toa and Madarame suit each other so much that they look essentially like soulmates on the outside. But Fujieda actually very much suits Toa a lot, because also they parent everything, because they don't use their real names. They use non-real, again, they use pseudonyms, because Toa has a lot of trauma connected to his old name, and Fujieda doesn't like to be associated with his parents, so he doesn't use his real name either. They both have scars caused by terrible people, by their parents, technically, and you know, oh man, yeah, this is like the true soulmate type of vibe route, you know. Enemies to lovers type of beat. Enemies to soulmates type of beat, sorry.
お前たちがいなければもっと楽だった。お前たちを産んだのは間違いだった。両親からは常にそんな言葉をぶつけられた。
You know, they do, like, parents like these do these things, and then it's like, then why did you have 2 children? Why do you have 2 children? Like, you consciously decided to have 2 and carry 2 of them to term. You know, like, what? Hello? Deadbeats. I hate deadbeats.
父親は外に女を作って出て行った。母親はますますおかしくなって、適当な理由をつけては俺たちをなぶった。特に妹への当たりが強く、俺は妹をかばった。そうすると母親が逆上して、虐待がどんどんエスカレートしていった。
What? Oh, you know, probably the internalized misogyny. Because I was like, why would she be more upset with her? But she probably was projecting the father's other woman onto May. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then it upsets her because Fujieda would. Okay, so I'm just gotta analyze the characters and all that jazz.
家を出ようかとも思ったが、妹を連れてどう生きていけばいいのか、俺には分からなかった。だから必死で耐え抜いて、中学を卒業してすぐにバイトを始めた。高校には行かなかった。とにかく金を貯めて、妹と家を出ようと思った。バイトを掛け持ちして、寝る間も惜しんで働いた。だがある日、バイトから帰ってくると、妹がいなかった。
I'd be beside myself. Like, you know, if this occurred, like, if this happened to me, that's it. Like, Fujieda, I probably would have, he is more calm than I am. I probably would have accidentally killed Toa. Like, in that one, in the park, that probably would have been it. Like, cause I would be beside myself.
母親に聞こうと思ったら、やけに高級そうな服や化粧品を床に並べて笑ってたんだ。嫌な予感がして母親を問いただした。そうしたら、
Oh yeah, she lost her mind.
妹を里子に出したと、そう言ったんだ。ウェブに妹の写真をアップして、引き取り手を募集したそうだ。引き換えに金を手にしたと。
You know, it's like, you can tell when a person's like really gross because she didn't even wait. This happened in like as soon as they picked up May, she went to go like buy stuff. That, or they gave her the stuff. And so she was just like, perfect. I'm like, I shouldn't even like bother to tell her son has to ask her, you know. But also, might have also had like a mental break as well, like, you know, that type of thing. Fujita was surely reliving all of it in his mind as he spoke. His handsome features were twisted in pain, revealing his tightly gritted teeth.
俺はすぐに家を飛び出して妹を探した。ずっと貯めてきたバイト代を使ってとにかく探し回った。だが妹は見つからず、バイト代も底をつきた。飲まず食わずだったから途中で意識を失ってある女性に助けられた。その人はホストクラブのオーナーで、俺は彼女の店で働くことになった。
He donned a self-depreciating grin.
さまざまな客を相手にしながら、すべては金だと思い知らされた。だから、のし上がってやろうと思った。
See, this is why I'm like upset that Takaki was just like, oh, you don't know what it's like. He's actually like, he started off as an escort. Like, he only cares about money. And I'm just like, first of all, if people need to like do what they need to do, like, first of all, you don't really know people sometimes. And whether or not their cause is noble or not, like, yeah, what Sakaki is a gangster. Like, he's like literally trash. Like, you know, so who is he to like judge escorts and prostitutes? Like, you know, I'm just like, hello, you're literally scum of the earth. Like, I don't know what the problem is here. Like, you know, and I was like, stupid. So I've grown to really hate Sakaki, even though he's supposed to be like, I'm like so nice to tell it. No, you fool, get out of my life. Ugh.
そうすればすぐに妹を見つけることもできるだろうと。
それでホストから弁護士に転職したのか。
He nodded, his expression dark.
正しくは検察官だ。ホストで金払いのいい客をつなぎながら大学の卒業資格を取り、司法試験を受けて検察官になった。その方が情報を漁りやすいからな。だが検察官は個人で自由に動くことができない。だから1年で検察官を辞めて弁護士になった。実績を積むために他の弁護士が嫌がるような仕事を進んで引き受けた。暴力団の顧問弁護士とかな。
Yeah, we do what we gotta do.
それから妹が売られた時期を中心に未成年の失踪や誘拐があった地域を徹底的に洗った。新興味はピックアップした地域のうちの一つで特に可能性が高いと睨んでいた。
Oh, he's from the mainland? So he's not from Shinkomi.
高里組が幅を利かせているのは知っていたからつてをたどって紹介してもらった。これが俺が新興味へ来た経緯だ。
Their mom sold her to like not even a place within Japan. These parents are garbage. Like, these parents are I know it's slow damage, so everyone kind of sucks. But what garbage? Absolute garbage. Not my fault. You can't keep your man. You didn't want kids, but you had kids anyway. Like, why is that my fault? Ugh, everyone's garbage. Garbage. After the long explanation, he let out a slow breath.
さっきも言ったが、俺は自分の体の傷を憎んでいた。両親につけられた。ひどく醜いものだと。
Well, at least in Fujieta's case, at least he can cover it up. Toa can't because they're even on his face. Like, they're everywhere. They're on his hands, like, all over his arms. And, like, Fujieda, for the most part, can at least wear, like, some kind of clothing to cover it if need be. But... Ugh. These parents suck. Anyway.
だが初めてお前の体の傷跡を見たとき、心臓をわしづかみにされたような衝撃が走った。
When was oh, it was when they were like running away from like the guys chasing them at Fujieda's condo.
あの時は深く考えなかったが、
Oh.
今思えばあれは
Well, that was Fujieda keeps surprising me.
見せられたんだ。お前の傷跡が心底魅力的だと思った。だからこそ遠ざけようとした。
Spicy. See, you know what's like those NPCs that said it before, like when Toa was trying to be like, hey, so I heard someone was like asking about me, and they were like flirting with him too. Like they're just like, they're like, you know, there's something like really, really attractive about Toa. You know, even though like a lot of characters in the game are just like, Toa looks like a corpse, he looks like a rat, like he looks like, you know, and even Toa's just like, I know, I've been ugly forever. And I'm just like, but Toa's not ugly. Like, you know, it's like there's still like Toa is still highly attractive in some way. You know, despite him being just like an anime boy with pretty scars. You know, it's like, you know, his character is very what is it called? Alluring. That's the word I was looking for. He's a very alluring character. He's a very alluring person. So it's what makes, you know, even though he's buck wild, he still comes off as attractive to people. You know. And all these guys who are just like I think the only guy who's like not down with like Toa having so many scars is like Taku. But like Taku, you know, Taku just likes Toa, so it doesn't matter. So anyway, let's continue. Let's see what else Fujieda got to tell us.
俺たちはあまりにも近すぎて反発し合ったのかもしれないな。
Oh, like magnets. You mean you were facing the wrong way, so that's why you were being repelled, but then you faced the other way, and then you guys were just a perfect match. I'm sorry. I'm so into this. Is it proper to call it a love story? This guy, it's just really sad. So I don't even know. It's like I'm into this love story. I'm like, is this really considered a love story? It's like pretty trauma bonding type of beat, you know. I mean, I guess you can find love in trauma bonding as well, but you know, it's not particularly healthy. But anyway, I can see a hint of sadness in his faint smile. That said, I understood where he was coming from. When I saw his body, it made me curious to learn more. But he, on the other hand, wanted to get away. Also, he could remain Fujieda Ryo.
俺はお前の傷跡を見た時からお前のことが気になってた。外見通りではない何かがあるんだろうって。
Yeah, Toa, tell him. You tell him.
俺のこともユーフォリアとして欲望を知ろうと思ったことはあるのか？
Oh? I laughed and looked away.
はあ、あんたは外面と中身が違うんだろうとは思ったから。でも、ユーフォリアとして話す前に、あんたのことが分かったからな。だから、こうなってる。
Oh.
そうだな。
He nodded, smiling. I stared into space.
俺はずっと、なんとなくユーフォリアとして絵を描いているつもりだった。意味なんてなくて、ただそうしたいからしてるだけだって。でも、本当は違った。すべて、 マヤの思惑通りだった。子供の頃、人が本音を吐き出すように誘導する話術を母親に叩き込まれたんだ。
誘導する話術？
ああ、信じられないだろ。生活の知恵でも教えるときみたいに繰り返し何度も。そうすればみんなが言うことを聞いてくれるようになるってことあるごとに語って聞かされた。
Ooh, she is nasty.
過去を
She was
忘れて
real
から
nasty.
俺は無意識にその話術を使ってた。それだけじゃない。見えるんだ、人の煙が。
He's telling Fujieda.
煙？
オーラみたいなものって言った方が分かりやすいか。感情や考えによって色や動きが変化する。
He's gonna tell Fujieda.
それを見ながら相手の心情を予測して話すと思った通りになる。
それはいつから見えるようになったんだ？
わからない。物心ついた時にはもう見えてた。本当に見えてるのか、それとも幻を見ているのかはわからない。
A pretty strong hallucination.
頭がおかしいって思うだろう。
I mean, honestly, Toa's gone through so much, like, physical, mental, emotional abuse that it's like the side effect of that. I mean, Toa's lucky he can still talk eloquently, because I'm surprised Maya didn't just beat his face in and like break his jaw or something. Maybe she did, who knows, but he didn't deny it. No surprise there, in my opinion.
別に信じなくてもいい。俺はマヤから教わったことも含めて、そういう異常なやり方でマヤと同じように人が心の奥に秘めている欲望を暴いて楽しんでた。知らないうちに俺はあの女と同じことをしてたんだ。
Man, you know, I like to talk about you know, one of my favorite themes in media like this is first of all, this is generational trauma, but it's called like how Fujieda said, like he felt like his scars were a curse, and Toa is saying like it's like he became just Maya part 2. I like to call them generational curses because for Maya it's like she cursed Toa. Like she raised Toa to be like her even if he didn't want to be like her. And like he said, he's like, even when he lost his memories, he still became like her. And that's on that's on actually I'm laughing, but that's on mental illness, honestly, because that's what happens, you know, because of the trauma. He's like not mentally sound, so you know you become ill. And you know, Toa didn't even know, like he didn't even remember, but that is what he retained subconsciously from her. He didn't remember like her name, he didn't remember what she looked like he didn't remember much about her at all. But the conditioning is what he retained. And that's the saddest part about it. You know, because that is very again, I know this is a fantasy, but that's pretty realistic, because sometimes we just subconsciously, unconsciously retain these things because of pain that we experience that we might not even remember, you know. Oh my gosh. As I spoke, a lump of emotion welled up in my throat, and I pursed my lips. Fuji had averted his gaze pensively, then carefully began to speak.
おそらくお前は人が欲望に溺れる姿を見て自分と同じような人間がいると安心したかったんだろうな。
That is true though, because Toa would mention very often that he's just like, oh, I thought we were like one another.
安心
At this, I looked at him in confusion.
ああ、実の母親に道具として扱われて人の汚い欲望にまみれてすがりたいはずの親にそんなことをされたら子供は心を殺すしかない。
He smiled softly.
自分は道具としての価値しかないと思う一方でそういう人間は自分だけではないのだと。他にも自分と同じようにもがき苦しむ人間がいるのだと知りたかったんじゃないのか。あくまでも俺の解釈だから違うのかもしれないが、お前が傷を好むというより執着しているのも同じ理由であるように思う。
同じ理由。
さっきも言ったが、俺にとっては他人につけられた傷など意味嫌うものでしかなかった。それをお前は自分のものとして受け入れると言った。
Yes! Remove the power of the people who abuse you and take that power back. That's right, Toa. Fuji's talking, but Toa's the one who said it.
裏を返せば他人につけられた傷すらも受け入れることで自分の体が自分のものであると必死に主張しているように俺にはそう感じられた。
Or that's my assumption. Fuji and I understand each other. It's like, that is my assumption. His eyes were filled with affection and sadness as he gazed at me.
自分を痛めつけることでただの道具でしかない自分を叩き潰して否定しながら本当は自分を失うことを恐れているんじゃないか。
Well, Toa had no... How do I say? Toa couldn't feel, right? Is that the best way to put it? Toa couldn't really engage in emotion because Toa didn't feel like a person. You know, whether he felt bad or good about it or not, he didn't even he just felt like Fujita said, just walking around like a husk of a person, like an object. He didn't feel like a human being. He doesn't even eat, he doesn't drink, he just smokes and drinks alcohol. Because like he said, it's that's the only thing he craves is that stuff. And that's again probably a part of the self-destructiveness. So I couldn't argue with that. For that matter, I couldn't be sure whether he was right or wrong. But I didn't feel compelled to deny it.
俺という存在は全部あの女が作ったものだ。肉体も考え方も。俺はそれに影響されてただけで、俺はあの女の所有物でただのものだった。
お前は今母親の呪縛から逃れて一歩を踏み出そうとしている。 変わり始めている。
Is Fuji sure he should have just been a psychologist? Like he should have been a therapist, not a but then again he's right. Yeah, lawyers, attorneys and prosecutors have a lot more power than like therapists. Which is so sad. This this game is just like a little too real. It's just like, oh.
今まではそうやって疑問に思い絶望することもなかったんだろう。
絶望。
だからこれ以上自分を否定する必要はない。ありきたりな言葉だが
Work。
お前の人生はお前のものなんだ。
Work。 Exactly, Fuji. I nodded and quietly closed my eye. Oddly enough, what he said just now put me at ease.
お前も自分ではどうしようもない境遇に生まれついた。それは理解しているし共感できる部分もある。だからなのかお前を見ていると
he said
なぜか
it.
自分を見ているような気分になる。
The reflections of one another.
俺には守るべき存在が妹がいたから生きる理由を見失わなかった。だがもし妹がいなかったら全てを投げ出していたかもしれない。生きようと思えなかったかもしれない。だから今はお前のことを憎いとは思わない。
What do you feel?
それより
What do you feel? He faltered, his expression hesitant.
何と言ったらいいか
Can't say
わからないな。
傷の舐め合い。
It's always so sad. So sad. I murmured, opening my eye. He looked at me dubiously.
違うか。
From the moment I first laid eyes on Fujieda, I was sure that we'd be incompatible. But as it turned out, we had more in common than I ever would have imagined. He didn't have to say a word. One look at the scars on his body and it was plain to see. So the magnetic force pulling us together was, in a sense, a desire to commiserate. He remained silent for a long moment, then slowly began to speak.
否定はできない。確かにその意味合いを含んでいるだろう。だがそれだけで終わるつもりはない。
The L word?
傷を舐め合い認め合ってさらにその先へ行く。傷を舐め合う相手がいるなら認め合うこともできるし、いずれ支え合いにも変えられるはずだ。単なる言い換えだと言われればそうなんだが、舐め合いよりも支え合いと呼んだ方が
He really should have become a
前へ
therapist.
進めそうな気がしないか。
He really should have just been a therapist, but you know, that's expensive with not as much pay as a prosecutor slash defense attorney. The music came back! I was stunned. Not only that, but the soft smile on my lips felt so natural.
俺とあんたが
Oh my god.
支え合い。
不本意か。
いや、
Quietly, I shook my head.
少し前までどっちかというと殴り合いの関係だったのにな。
It's true.
何も知らなかったんだ。仕方がない。
so right. Fuji is so
殴り合い、
right.
舐め合い、認め合い、支え合い。
Enemies to lovers!
言いたいことがあるなら言え。
He frowned at me. Apparently he thought I was being skeptical.
それはあんたが俺と支え合う関係を望んでるってことでいいのか？
Yeah. At this, his eyes widened ever so slightly. Then, eventually, something akin to bashfulness crept up on his face.
もちろん、お前の意思は尊重する。お前が嫌でなければだが。
This man was such an enigma. He was conscientious to a fault and sometimes inelegant in his methods, an insufferable know-it-all who so often stumbled at the most crucial moments. At his core, was he just a hopeless idiot? I mean, word. With this thought, I gave him my answer in the form of a yes! Kiss, kiss, fall in love. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sorry. He looked at me in surprise, and his eyes softened.
乗ってやるよ。
Ooh, word.
ずいぶん上からだな。
あんたほどじゃない。
Yeah, throw back, Toa, throw back. He chuckled and looked at me. I gazed back at him with a conspiratorial grin. Word. After I finished having a smoke, Fujieda and I sat down on the sofa and discussed my past. I showed him the contents of the package I was sent along with the bunny toy. He held the photo of the dark painting in one hand and the torn record entry in the other, scrutinizing them intently.
そもそも、この荷物は一体誰が送ってきたのか。
Yeah, and who has this? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who would have had it all? Just then I heard a cell phone buzz. Fujieda rose to his feet and retrieved his phone. It must have been an email or a text message. Instantly, his expression hardened.
高里組が。
Come on, Madarame. I hope he shot Tono.
襲撃
I hope he shot Tono.
あ、遠野と榊が行方不明とのことだ。
I hope he shot Tono the way he did it in his route. I hope he did. I don't need that fool, okay? I don't need that fool. Maybe Sakaki, I just need information, but I don't need Tono. He put his phone back into his bag and pulled on his jacket. Just like that, he was back in lawyer mode.
状況確認をするために部屋へ戻る。また連絡する。
あ、
Or carrying his bag, he walked to the door, then paused and looked over his shoulder.
ちゃんと服を着ろよ。
Why did you put clothes on him? With that serious comment, he straightened up and strolled briskly from the room. Funny to think that I despised that same armor of his just a few short hours ago. With that thought, I gazed at the closed door and let out a small sigh. After Fujieda left, I got dressed at his request, then dozed off on the sofa. For once I slept like a log without any disturbing dreams, and I didn't need the sleeping pills either.
おい、とわ、おい。
Listen, Taku. This better be important. I felt someone shaking me and opened my eye. Taku peered at me with a concerned look on his face.
なんだこれは。何があったんだ。
I can't tell you. I pushed myself up and looked around the room. It reeked of paint thinner, and the canvases were still strewn around everywhere. So it was really no surprise that he was alarmed.
死のうとした。
Toa didn't even hide it. Toa was just like, well, I acted out. I was acting up. Sleepily, I rubbed my eye with one hand.
なんだって
He looked back at me with a deep frown.
けどやめた。
随分軽いな。
I mean, Fuji showed up.
いつものことだろ。
さすがにここまでしたことはなかっただろう。
That's true.
そうかもな。
To me, it didn't matter anymore. As I bit back a yawn, I belatedly realized he was staring at me in shock.
なんだよ。
いや、何かあったのか。
Something happened. Yes?
何が？
雰囲気が違うぞ。
Well.
雰囲気？
普段はもっと思想の一歩手前みたいな顔をしてるだろう。
Ugh, mercy.
ひどいな。
今日は少し顔色がよく見えるな。何かうまいもので
Well,
も
for
食べた。
once, he did sleep well. No nightmares. At last, I finally understood what he was getting at. I grinned.
まあいろいろ。
At this, Taku did a double take, blinking in confusion.
それよりお前、その怪我もこの部屋の状況と関係があるのか。どうしたんだ一体。
Well,
ちょっと。
it's fine. Don't worry about
ち
it.
ょっとどころじゃないだろう。簡単な手当てはしてあるようだが、一応見せてみろ。
それより休館続きって何かあったのか？
I vaguely remembered Ray mentioning something along those lines the last time he came by. Annoyed by the change of subject, Taku reluctantly answered.
高里組が襲撃を受けたって話聞いてないか。昨晩から怪我人がこっちにも搬送されてきてるんだよ。手伝ってもらおうと思ったんだが、お前まで怪我人とはな。おとなしく休んでろ。
Taku. With that, he rushed out of the room. Here we go. Investigating the Takasato office attack. Special features the Takasato Gumi curse with bad luck. Who will be the savior of Shinkumi? The attacks continue. Okay, several people were killed and many more wounded in the latest attack on the Takasato office. Survivors say the culprit was a large man dressed in black. Yeah, Madarame. It's Madarame. You got Madarame. Bad. At lunchtime, Taku brought Ray up to my apartment with him. The twins. The instant Ray walked in, his eyes widened in horror.
やだ。何これ。すっごい匂い。何があったのよ。
Well,
死のうとしたんだと。
はあ？ちょっととは平気なの？
oh, mercy.
あ、
I nodded, then he tilted his head in visible confusion.
とはちょっと雰囲気が変わったんじゃない？何かあった？
やっぱりそう思うよな。
Is he gonna tell him that he remembers? Taku nodded as he retrieved the first aid kit.
やだ。すっごい気になるじゃない。何なの？
なんでもない。
嘘でしょ。
Ray shot back indignantly. Beside him, Taku started treating my wounds.
いろいろ気になるところだが、部屋の片付けを頼めるか。俺もトアの処置が終わったら手伝う。もちろんトアもだぞ。
ってそうよ。昼休みがなくなっちゃうわ。もうほんとオイル臭い。
Yeah, paint thinner smells like awful. Ray rolled up his sleeves and walked over to the mess of canvases.
お前がやったんじゃないよな。
Well, Taku peered intently at the bandages on my body.
あ
しっかりと処置されてる。これなら俺がやり直さなくてもいいだろう。
Work. With that, he set the first aid kit on the coffee table and walked off to go help Ray. I looked down at the bandages Fuji had applied. Frankly, I was impressed with his handiwork. After that, Taku and Ray called me over to come help with the cleanup. By the time we finished, though we couldn't completely erase the turpentine smell, lunch was nearly over.
一応なんとかなったわね。
Everyone looks a mess, except Fujieda. Ray let out a sigh of relief while Taku sat slumped in the chair, exhausted. I'd done a fair bit of work myself, so I reclined on the sofa and had a smoke.
とは冷蔵庫にご飯入れておいたから時間があるときに食べてね。
He's gonna eat it.
わかった。
ね
Ask your question. Summoning his resolve, Ray looked at
え、
us.
高里組を襲撃したのってやっぱりあいつかしら。
Madarame? Yes.
確かにある人物じゃないかと
It's Madarame.
は言われてるが。
それって
最近幽霊だなんだと噂になってる男
The
だ。
bestie. The bestie. As he massaged his shoulder with one hand, Taku shot a sidelong glance at me. I exhaled cigarette smoke without responding, then looked at Ray.
レイ、榊から連絡はあったか？
Oh yeah. He looked at me in surprise, then stared down awkwardly at his feet.
うん。榊さん襲撃があってから行方不明なんでしょ。
He's probably not gonna
連
answer
絡して
though.
みる？
いや、いい。連絡があったら教えてくれ。
わかった。
He nodded fretfully.
と、お前はどうなんだ？部屋もひどいありさまで怪我もしてるし、また悪夢を見たりしたのか？
特には。
本当か？
ああ。
Taku looked at me suspiciously.
あの洋館で何をしてたのか、何があったのか。
Oh, it's here. It's
思
here.
い出した。
Instantly, their expressions shifted.
何？
過去を思い出したの？
ああ。いつかはこうなるってこと分かってただろ。
Taku looked away, his brow furrowed deeply.
平気なのか？何か不調が起きたりは？
Well, I mean, he did throw up like a lot, sadly.
前と変わらないな。
本当か？
ああ。
I nodded insistently. He still didn't look convinced, but he sighed and lowered his gaze.
そうか。
To me, his low voice sounded a tiny bit relieved. Then he raised his head and looked at Ray.
さ、そろそろ下へ戻るぞ。
え、でも。
ほら、行った。
Ray frowned reluctantly as Taku shooed him toward the exit. Then he looked over his shoulder at me.
とは、もし何かあったらすぐ呼べよ。
I nodded and the two of them left the room. Oh boy. We are going through it. Fujieda returned to my apartment around 3 p.m. He walked right up to me as I sat on the sofa and explained the details surrounding the Takasato attack. It was basically the same conversation I'd had with Taku and Ray, except Fujieda appeared to have more to say.
何か分かったのか？
ああ。マヤが入院していた新興味総合病院を調べたところ、当時マヤの担当だった看護師がまだ勤務していることが分かった。その看護師に話を聞きに行こうかと思ったんだが、長谷川さんのことを思うとな。
His expression clouded over.
うかつに接触するわけにはいかないだろう。
Indeed.
そうだな。
I say we just go to Sakaki. Fujieda had tried to protect Hasegawa by sending her to a hospital on the mainland, but in the end, she died regardless. The Takasato Gumi were probably keeping tabs on this nurse too. Right as the heavy silence was setting in, the door opened and Taku peeked in.
とは、どうだ調子は？
Oh. Then he saw Fujieda and frowned. Fujieda inclined his head in a wordless greeting.
また何かあ あったのか。
Fujieta's here to vibe. Don't worry about it.
え
Just then his face lit up with some sort of idea, and he looked at Taku.
村瀬先生。お知り合いに新興味総合病院に勤めている方はいらっしゃいませんか？
Oh, yes, yes. The sudden question put Taku on guard. He stared back dubiously, then nodded.
まあいるにはいるな。
キーさんという女性の看護師に会いたいのですが、ご存知ですか？
おう。
キーさんはマヤさんの担当だったそうですね。
Taku fixed Fujieta with a hard, silent look. He didn't say a word about Hasegawa's death, but he didn't need to. It was written all over his face.
分かっています。なので私たちが動くわけにはいかないと思い、どうしようかと。
Taku averted his gaze pensively, then looked back at Fujieta.
俺が聞いてこよう。
Boy.
いいんですか？
俺ならそれほど怪しまれることなくキーさんと会うことができる。
でもなぜ急に？
I too was puzzled by Taku's proposal. All this time he was staunchly opposed to me investigating my past. So why did he suddenly feel like cooperating?
だが過去を思い出したと。
He glanced at me sadly.
それなら隠し通す必要もない。いずれ知れることだ。
わかりました。それではお願いできますか？
まあ
Taku nodded and pulled his phone out of the pocket of his white lab coat.
キーさん、村瀬です。お久しぶりです。今は大丈夫ですか？ええ、実は。
Then after a brief exchange, he hung up.
すぐに行けば時間が取れるそうだ。
同行しても病院の前までで構いません。
わかった。車で行くぞ。
Muttering brusquely, Taku left the room. I looked up at the clock on the wall. If we left right now, we probably wouldn't make it back in time for the start of the evening appointments, and yet Taku was willing to help us anyway.
準備があるだろう。先に外へ行っている。
He's fine, he's gonna put on his jacket. With that, Fujieta left the room too. I rose from the sofa and headed to the bathroom. I washed my face and gazed at the last remaining fragments of the mirror. This face held vestiges of Maya, but now I could accept it without getting emotional. I gazed at myself for a long moment, then stepped out of the bathroom. I got dressed, pulled on my coat, and left the apartment. Downstairs, I left the building through the front entrance. Squinting in the bright light of the pale sky, I realized all those persistent symptoms I'd endured were now gone. Externally, my wounds still ached, but on the inside I felt fine. Meanwhile, Taku and Fujieta were already waiting for me in the car. I walked over and hopped into the back seat. No, they ain't. Oh, this is a dude. At Shinkomi General Hospital, Taku parked the car in an alley nearby and hopped out. Likewise, Fujieta and I followed suit. Then Taku headed off to the hospital to meet with Ki. The building was several times bigger than our beauty clinic. Together, Fujieta and I leaned against the alley wall and gazed
記
at
憶
it.
が戻ったこと話したんだな。
I might as well.
あ
その後体調はどうだ？特に大きな変化はないのか？
Well.
あ、ない。
それならよかった。
He let out a sigh of relief. The conversation petered out and silence fell. 30 minutes later, Taku returned.
聞いてきたぞ。
He walked up to us with a sour look on his face.
キーさんの様子は？
Fujieta took a step forward as he spoke.
普通だったな。 長谷川さんのように怯えていることもなかったが、どうして今さらそんなことを聞くのかって顔をしていた。
Interesting.
それは当然そう思うでしょうね。
うん。ただ知っていることはほとんどないそうだ。
Yeah, she
聞けた
probably
のは
doesn't know that much though.
マヤさんの入院中、身の回りの世話をしている男がいたってことと、マヤさんはよく
There was a
日
guy
記
who
を
ran
つけて
errands
いた。
for her and she often wrote it.
日記。
Could it be? The first thing that came to mind was the torn paper sent to me in that cardboard box.
身の回りの世話をしていた男というのは
Isn't that Ray's dad?
年は40前後で堂々としていて物腰が丁寧な
No!
男だった。
Sakaki?
先代組長高里龍次郎ではなく。
違うだろうな。マヤさんに対して敬語で常に敬意を払っているようだったと。
榊か。
Yeah!
かもしれん。
日記は今はどこに？
それもわからないと言っていた。聞けたのはこのくらいだ。
But why would Sakaki?
ありがとうございます。
例よりこのことは他言無用だ。キーさんを守りたければな。
ええ。
Fujieda nodded stiffly.
それじゃ俺はクリニックへ戻るが、お前たちはどうする？
寄りたいところがあるのでここで。
わかった。くれぐれも妙
I
な
don't
動きをするな
know.
よ。
Toa and Fujieda are the stupid things duo. Okay, so
分かっています。
no promises, Taku. He shot a hard look at us as a final warning, then got back into his car. The engine roared to life and he drove off.
榊に連絡してみるか。
あ、
I pulled my phone from my coat pocket and dialed Ray's number.
トア、どうしたの？
榊に連絡してほしい。
いいけど、何かあったの？
頼む。榊がどこにいるのか知りたい。
We gotta know.
わかった。かけ直すからちょっと待ってて。
With that, he hung up on me. I waited for a while and sure enough, he called back.
つながったわ。居場所も聞き出した。今から
Yeah,
位
let's
置情
just
報
all go, kids.
一緒に行きましょう。
Oh, we're here. We're almost here. The call ended and then I got a message containing GPS coordinates.
榊がどこにいるか分かった。
Let's go, kids.
行こう。
We're ready. The GPS indicated a residential area in District C, easily within walking distance. Oh boy. We're here! We're here, everybody! Okay. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go, kids. I'm ready, SpaghettiOs. I don't know what I'm so nervous about, like...
確かに。
ああ、
Okay.
そうだな。
分からない。
There you go, everybody. Oh my gosh, it's really happening, y'all. This is it. We arrived at an upper-class condo building. I knew for a fact that this wasn't Sakaki's primary residence, so apparently he had a few. When we got there, we found Rei standing out front. Fujieda chose to wait outside, so Rei and I headed in without him. We entered the room number on the keypad, and the automatic door slid open. From there, we took the elevator to the 3rd floor, then walked down the hallway to the door at the very end. They looked at me anxiously. With a nod, he pressed the doorbell. The door opened and a deeply fatigued Sakaki peeked out. I'd never seen him so drained
とは
before.
も一緒か。
Duh. He looked at me and narrowed his eyes sharply.
ええ、まずかったかしら。
いや、構わねえ。入れ。
He's like, Toe is fine. With that, he stepped away from the door. Ray and I exchanged a wordless glance and walked in.
ちょっとそこの部屋で待っててくれねえか。
Oh, what's happening? Sakaki pointed to a room, then walked off down the hall. The two of us did as instructed. The room was furnished with a sofa and coffee table, but they looked brand new and practically unused. A tense silence descended as we waited for him to return, then the door opened. Ray blinked in surprise. It was Eiji?
トワさん、レイさん、こんにちは。
I frowned at the unexpected guest. What was Eiji doing here? Oh, this can't be good. He walked over to us casually, almost like we were at roost.
なんでお前がここにいるんだって思ってます？僕、
Yeah, that's true.
一応榊さんの子分ですから。ね。
He crouched down and slid his backpack to the floor, then he unzipped it and started digging through it. I had a bad feeling about where this was going. I glanced at Ray, who was watching Eiji
ト
carefully.
ワさん、トワさん、見てください。これ。
He straightened up, his tone jarringly cheerful for the occasion. Then, when I looked over at him, I saw he was wearing a gas
これ、
mask.
かっこよくないですか？
Oh, I see where this is
友
going.
達がカスタムしたやつなんですけど、あんまりかっこよかったんで買い取ったんですよ。一点物なんです。
そうか。
Meanwhile, the ominous feeling in my chest continued to swell.
でも、こういうのってなかなか使う機会がないんですよね。だから使うなら今だと思って持ってきたんです。
Oh, have mercy. This gave me pause and I looked at him
どう
sharply.
いう意味だ？
Oh, here we go. I couldn't see his expression behind the gas mask. But when I saw the object in his hands, I understood everything at once.
こういう意味です。
トワ、逃げて！
Instinctively, Ray shoved Eiji away. At the same time, Eiji pulled the pin on the canister in his hands, a grenade.
ちょっと。
Ugh. I shielded my nose and mouth with my coat sleeve, but it was too late. The pungent chemical smell stung my eyes and throat, and I started to cough hard. Tears streamed unbidden from my eye, blurring my vision. Then my legs gave out and I fell to my knees. Likewise, Ray was on the floor coughing. I knew it was gonna be this easy. I couldn't breathe. My legs spasmed, desperate for oxygen, but my breaths were growing shallow. My vision doubled, tripled, quadrupled until eventually I couldn't see anything at all. I could feel someone dragging my body, but I didn't have the strength to fight it. They stuffed me into a cramped space. The area started to vibrate, and after that I felt weightless, like I was being carried away. A car. Apparently they were driving me
トワ
somewhere.
さん。
Yes, AG. Through my hazy vision, I could vaguely see AG waving at me with a
平気
smile.
ですか？手荒なことしちゃってごめんなさい。
なんでお前。
Yeah, isn't it?
無理に喋らない方がいいですよ。体動かないでしょ。
His tone was perfectly casual.
せっかくだしネタばらししちゃいますね。実は僕、ずっと前から榊さんの計画のことを知ってたんです。
What's the secret plan? I don't know the secret plan. You gotta tell me, AG.
計画。
ねえ、榊さん、ずっと前からある計画を実行していたんですよ。その話を聞かせてもらって面白いな。
I'm not surprised. Like, honestly, AG is just like, I just do what I want. Like, he's like a free agent.
それで
type of beat.
榊さんに協力してたんです。僕、新公民に戻ってきたマダラメさんのことも知ってたんです。けど、榊さんに死なれたら困るじゃないですか、面白くなくなって。だから、マダラメさんが高里組を襲撃するって情報を教えてあげたんです。
お前、マダラメとも組を裏切ってたのか。
厳密にはちょっと違いますね。
With a meaningful smile, he pressed his index finger to his
僕は
lips.
高里組に雇われてはいましたけど、忠誠を誓っていたわけではないですから。ただ、
yes.
いろいろと面白くなればいいな。
Oh, yes. Our dear agent of chaos. There was a pregnant pause and then he continued.
僕ね、この新興味が心底本当に大好きなんです。
Oh, interesting.
こんなに何でもありでカオスになりながらもそれなりのルールで動いてる街って他にあります？
I can't even be mad at
こ
AJ,
の街は
honestly.
細い針の上でフラフラと揺れながら立ってるみたいに危うい均衡を保ち続けている不思議な街なんです。こんなの作ろうと思ってもなかなか作れませんよ。
He's right. He's right.
だから僕、この街をできるだけ守りたいんです。そのままの状態でね。高里組だとか本土だとか僕にとってはどうでもいい。大事なのは新興味が新興味であるということ、それだけなんです。でもね、
He pulled off his headwear and for the first time I got a clear look at his face. Despite his toothy grin, I could see an eerie glint in his
この
eyes.
街をここまで面白くしたのって誰なのか知ってます？マヤさんなんですよ。
Oh, well, this is a problem for me.
それがあったから僕は榊さんの計画に協力することにしたんです。
No! No! Oh, no.
第二のマヤさんが現れたらこの街は一体どうなるんだろうって。
I always knew I hated Tsukaki. The second advent of Maya.
榊さんの言いつけでトワさんのこともずっと見守ってましたよ。日頃のトワさんの言動を榊さんへ定期的に報告してましたし。
Desperately, I struggled to stay conscious, but my heavy eyelid refused to stay open. I'd hit my limit.
トワさん、僕楽しみにしてますから。
That was the last thing I heard before I descended into the darkness. I can't say I'm not I can't say I'm disappointed. AG's kind of like, he was always kind of weird. So, he's a little too smart. So. The instant I opened my eye, the intense pain made me wince. I sputtered and gasped for breath. My nose and throat ached, and my eye was watery and sore. Enduring the pain, I sat up and looked around. Oh, we're here, aren't we? I tried to stand, but my body couldn't move. My hands were tied up. The smell of dust and mold clogged my nostrils. Just then, a blinding flash stole my vision. The light stabbed into my eye, and I squeezed it shut on reflex. And it was gone again. Slowly, I opened my eye and looked around. I recognized this room. The giant bed, the old-fashioned light fixture, hanging from the ceiling, all of it. This was the room that haunted me in my dreams. The room where I spent my childhood, and the room where I remembered everything. As I zoned out, I heard what sounded like a loudspeaker cackle to life. My heart nearly burst through my ribcage. My vision warped and I nearly forgot to breathe. That voice. It was. All at once, my body broke out in a cold sweat and my limbs went numb. I couldn't breathe. My vision flashed and went dark. Stop. Please stop. All I could do was gasp for breath. I couldn't move. I was powerless. Powerless. Ah! Oh, he is not gonna play that. Just stop, please. No, no, no. Just then, I heard footsteps close by.
思い出したか。
The next thing I knew, Sakaki was standing beside me. Trembling in the agony, I looked up at him.
今の声は生前に録音したマヤとお前の記録だ。
Instead of looking at me, he faced forward as he spoke.
お前はマヤの生まれ変わりなんだ。とは。
First of all, that's not how that works because she was already alive, but anyway.
過去に関係するものをお前に送りつけたの。
What?
俺だ。
Ugh.
お前のところに最初の荷物が届いた日は、お前がユーフォリアとして初めて人を殺した日だったんだよ。
どういうことだ。
お前が直接手を下していなくとも、お前と接触したせいでユーフォリアの相手が死んだ。これはお前がマヤになる大きな一歩を踏み出したということだ。
You are gross. She's like, it's like she made it cold. His lips curled in a thin smile as he made this solemn declaration.
マヤの命日を前にして、俺は賭けをすることにした。
When did she die? Didn't she
お
die like a
前が
long
荷
time
物
ago?
の意味に気づいて、自分から過去を求めるなら計画を進めようと。
計画。
第二のマヤを誕生させる計画だ。
This old man really pushing me. You really want to go? Was this what Eiji was talking about back in the car? Slowly, Sakaki turned to look at me. His eyes were utterly devoid of emotion. His smoke showed no signs of life.
もしお前が荷物に気づかなければ、俺は何もせずに手を引くつもりだった。だが、俺は半ば確信していた。お前が過去に関わるものを目にしたとき、動かずにはいられないだろうと。そして、お前は本当にマヤの予言通りに動いた。やはり、マヤの言うことは絶対なんだよ。お前はマヤの分身だからな。当然といえば当然の結果だろう。
He is so creepy right now. I'm just like, ugh, so like it's so gross.
実際、お前は荷物の中に入っていた日記の紙片を見て、生稲、朝倉、桐原と自分の関係性に気づいた。この計画は、お前が自分で過去を思い出さなければ、何の意味もないものだった。
Oh, what? I'm gonna let him keep talking. I'm so sick of
マ
him.
ヤは、お前が、お前自身の意志で、マヤと同じ道を歩むことを望んでいたからだ。
I see.
ずっと、俺はこの時を待っていた。
I'm so tired of this guy. Sakaki's voice grew loud and emotional as his grin widened.
お前に送りつけた紙片は、マヤの日記の一部だ。特に、お前の興味を引くであろう部分、お前の体に残る大きな傷跡について書かれたページを選んだ。
I knew this dude was too nice for his own good.
お前が過去を思い出すまで生還するつもりだった。だが、想定外の存在が現れた。
Vegeta?
藤枝だ。
He spat the name out, his eyes glinting darkly.
あいつは行方不明の妹を探しているうちに、マヤとお前にたどり着いたらしいな。妹はマヤが店で扱っていた商品の一人だったんだろうくらいに思ってた。もしあいつがお前の邪魔をするようなら、すぐにでも排除しようと思ってもいた。だが、あいつもお前が過去を思い出すことを望んだ。それはそれでいいだろうと思っていたら、よりにもよって、あの悪魔、メイの兄だということが分かった。
Interesting. His voice and expression were both dripping with contempt.
だったら生かしておく必要はねえからな。殺そうとしたんだ。
Suddenly he regained his usual composure and smiled faintly.
マヤの音声記録はまだある。続きを聞こうじゃないか。
What is this, like a cult? Like, what? It's so weird. But he ignored me and started tapping on his cell phone. She sounds like a psychopath. As soon as the voice left the speaker and reached my ears, a skull-splitting headache set in. I struggled to breathe. The room began to spin.
邪悪な存在があなたの心をかき乱した。あの少女、名誉。彼女は本当に邪悪だった。私はすぐに彼女をあなたから引き離した。その方が彼女のためにもいいと思った。邪悪な心と体から解き放たれる彼女自身も楽になるだろう。でも遅かった。あなたの正しい彼女によって邪悪に染まり、私にも悪意を受けるようになった。ハルト、どうか思い出して。私とあなたが望めば、この世のありとあらゆるもの私たちの思い通りになる。人の心はとてもやばくて、一握りの砂のようなものなの。でも、
This voice actor is great, by the way.
思う通りの形になる。そうすれば、何でもできる。砂遊びだと考えれば簡単。無数に存在している砂を好きなようにこねて、自分の気に入った形にするだけ。もし気に入らなければ、潰してしまえば。ただ、砂がくっついて消えるだけだ。
And no wonder the boss liked her. She's crazy.
砂だっていつまでもこねくり回されている。解放された方が早く楽になれる。不幸になる人なんていない。みんなが幸せになれる方法。私はあなたにもその幸せを知ってほしかった。私のようにあの少女のせいで私から離れれば自由になれると思い込んでしまった。だから私は最後榊にお願いをした。私の代わりにあの子に本当の幸せを教えてほしい。
Did he push them
あ
down
なた
the...
が無事に第二の私になれるように 私もそばにいたからだけど、悔しいこともう時間がない。
Wait, what?
だから
Oh, you are not there. That is not where you went.
あなたを見守っている。
I don't even... I think you're below. Like, way below. Like, 8 levels below.
大丈夫。心配しないで。すべていい方向へ向かう。
You ain't watching nothing, lady. That, please. Ooh. Ooh.
何も怖くない。私の可愛いハルト、どうか幸せになってて。私とあなた。
So Euphoria.
喜び。
Maybe we find Euphoria. Okay. Nothingness. Emptiness. Felt like my entire identity had been erased in an instant.
今聞いた通りだ。すべての元凶は柚木芽衣、藤枝の妹だ。
What did she do? Sorry, I'm just a little like, so they're basically saying like because she ruined their plan? Is that what the... She ruined their plan to basically raise Toa to be like Maya Point 2.0, right? Like, is that... Anyway, let's continue. Sorry. I'm just like, it's like that's a pretty severe reaction to him running away once, you know, so but also Maya is not mentally well, apparently, and neither is Sakaki. So Sakaki grumbled bitterly.
あの娘はお前に邪悪な欲望を吹き込み、挙句の果てにマヤに歯向かうという悪魔の意志まで植え付けていった。お前がマヤよりも先にメイを思い出してしまうのはまずかった。
Ah, okay, yeah. So he wanted Toa to remember Maya but not Mei because Mei is the one who was like, you don't have to be...
お前にとってメイよりもマヤの存在が大きくなきゃいけなかったからな。
But Mei was always important, okay.
俺がメイを思い出すとマヤへの憎しみも思い出すからか。
Oh, yeah.
そんなことあっちゃならないんだ。お前は未だにあの悪魔の毒に蝕まれてるんだよ。
Calm down. Suddenly Sakaki started screaming, but after a moment he regained his eerily calm demeanor once more.
だからずっと藤枝を監視していた。長谷川に接触したと知った時は少し焦ったよ。あの女はメイを知っているからな。すぐに用済みになったから始末したが、こうも考えた。メイの記憶には必ずマヤがついて終わる。切り離すことはできない。それならいっそのことどっちでもいいからさっさと思い出した方がいい。
生稲、朝倉、桐原もあんたの仕業か。
ああ、まあ殺さなくてもよかったんだが、ちょっとした演出だ。衝撃的な方がより因縁めいたものを感じるだろう。藤枝もお前もそれで諦めるような玉じゃねえだろうしな。
Of course it wouldn't, because it's like you made it important.
探していた相手が次々と死んでいくなんてな、なかなか熱い展開だろう。むしろ燃え上がっちまったんじゃねえか。
What are you smirking about? I'm about to knock you out. He chuckled gleefully, then spread his arms out passionately.
マヤはな、本当にすごい人間だった。完璧だったんだよ。 人を魅了する天才でな。自分の美貌や言葉、仕草、呼吸の一つまで相手にどんな風に伝わるかを全て分かってやがった。それでいて野心家だった。自分の望みを叶えるためならどんなことでもやった。無論殺しもだ。
Well, that would explain how she ended up one of the favorite mistresses of the Takasato Gumi leader.
親父の女になってからは高里組の人間だろうとなんだろうと邪魔になったら殺した。一切の迷いもためらいもなく。そりゃあ見事な手腕だったよ。だがこのことはごく一部の人間しか知らなかった。俺にはな、マヤが直々に話してくれたんだ。俺が信頼できる人間だと最初から見抜いてたと言ってな。
Maya raised a cold up in this club.
マヤは本当に周りをよく見ていた。俺は昔からこいつはただものじゃねえと思ってた。マヤがいなくなっちまった途端、新興味はダメになった。方針をめぐって組でも抗争が起きた。本当にマヤはすごい。
Did she have that much power over the gang? Like I thought she was just running some weird establishment.
随分な入れ込みようだな。
Yeah, she's like it's like a cult type of vibe. Struggling to breathe, I glared up at him, my lips curled in a sneer.
マヤと寝たのか。
Yeah, did you? Instantly his expression changed.
見くびるんじゃねえ。マヤはそんな安い女じゃねえんだ。ただひたすら神々しいんだ。
Okay, so yeah, he's like no way, not like that.
完璧だった。俺は陰でずっとマヤのために働いていた。マヤがどこまで上り
So he's just like
それを見届けたかったんだ。
like he's like a pious follower of Maya.
それはもう叶わねえ願いだと思ってたんだが、今はお前がいる。お前の生き方はマヤそっくりだ。
He's talking too long, and I wanna smack his head. Like smiling, he looked at me.
とは俺の願いを叶えてくれ。マヤのように。マヤはお前が殺したも同然なんだぞ。お前に拒否する権利はねえ。
Your own two hands.
俺が殺した。
そのこ
Did he
とは
push her?
まだ思い出してねえのか。
Well, obviously not. He fixed me with a sympathetic frown. Then the smile returned.
マヤはお前が殺したんだ。
As far as I knew, my mother died falling down a flight of stairs.
お前が突き落としたんだよ。
I could guess that. I pushed her?
思い出したか？だからお前がマヤにならなきゃならねえんだ。
My vision pitched sideways. I lost my balance and put a hand to the floor to catch myself. Sweat dripped down my forehead. Just then something flashed through my mind. An image of my mother chasing me with a knife, her expression downright demonic with rage. It was after I found out the true significance of May's disappearance. The second I rebelled against her, she attacked me. So I fled down the hallway, running. Ahead of me, the floor seemed to vanish into thin air. No, it was just a staircase. I didn't have time to think. I looked over my shoulder. My mother's knife slashed my arm. Pain seared through me. In a desperate panic, I grabbed her by the wrist and tugged. Then I pushed her toward the stairs. That single moment was burned into my retina like a painting frozen in time. my mother's face just before she fell, in her widened eyes. Did she smile at him? I could see my own warped reflection. Oh, I see. My mother's voice reverberated in my head. It's not scary. It's not scary at all. But it's your fault. It's your fault I died. It's okay, just make it up to me. It's not scary, just make it up to me. It's okay. She's got full demon, like. It's okay. I'm going to replace me. Okay. Oh yeah, she's crazy. Look wild.
大丈夫
We'll take over.
Ah! 思い出したか、すべて思い出したか。
So tired of you. Takagi laughed and exclaimed in sheer delight.
そうだ。
I don't
お
think
前が
that's
死ん
how
だ
that
のはお
works,
前の
but
せいだ。お前が殺したんだ。
Okay.
だからお前はマヤにならなきゃならねえ。
She was chasing him with a knife, but okay.
今こそお前はマヤに生まれ変わるんだ。
It's getting real awkward for me here. As I lay curled on the floor, he grabbed me by the arm and hauled me up.
さあ来い。
Where are we going? I tried to shake him off, but my body was too weak. I couldn't fight it with my vision spinning out of control. He started to drag me off.
止まれ。
Oh, finally! I was like, please, I'm so tired. Just then the sharp, icy voice rang out. I looked up and squinted through my fuzzy vision until the figure came into focus. It was Fujieda.
お前
トアから離れろ。
どうしてここに。
Well.
お前の車がエートックの方へ走っていくのを見て、おそらくこの館へ向かっているのだろうと予測した。
Fujieda looked at me.
泉君は無事だ。村瀬先生のところへ連れて行った。
Sakaki clucked his tongue and withdrew a gun from his jacket.
死ね
Reflexively, Fujieda hit the floor, dodging the bullet. As he tried to get up, however, Sakaki pointed the gun at him. Before he could fire a second shot, I grabbed the hand that was holding my arm and pulled him sideways as hard as I could. The gunshot rang out. Fujieda clutched his shoulder and winced.
外したか。榊
Let's go! He jumped to his feet and charged at Sakaki. His fist collided with Sakaki's face.
今度こそ
With one hand still gripping my arm, Sakaki attempted to aim the gun with the other. Shouting, I tackled him. He staggered and the two of us tumbled to the floor. How is he still holding it? Meanwhile, Fujieda ran in and grabbed his gun hand. When Fujieda swung his other fist, Sakaki pulled his hand away from me in order to block it.
邪魔するんじゃねえ
Gripping each other's arms, they glared at each other at point-blank range.
お前らは兄弟揃って邪魔ばっかりしやがる
It's their job! It's their job! As he screamed, Sakaki shook out of Fujieda's grasp. Then he used his free hand to punch Fujieda right in the gunshot. Every punch made Fujieda wince and recoil. For a split second, his grip on Sakaki's gun hand loosened. Sakaki used this opportunity to bash Fujieda in the face with his gun. As Fujieda staggered, Sakaki raised the gun. Are you gonna run in front of it? Using every last ounce of strength, I lunged for Sakaki again. The third bullet sliced through empty air. Sakaki fell back to the floor. He pushed me off, his expression tinged with fury. This was Fujieda's chance, and he took it. Get rid of that gun! He grabbed Sakaki's gun hand, then used his free hand to punch him in the face. But the pain of the gunshot seemed to be taking its toll. His complexion was pale, and his breathing was ragged. Out of nowhere, Sakaki reached back into his jacket and pulled out a knife. Okay. Gasping in surprise, Fujieda barely managed to jump backwards in time to dodge. Sakaki swung the knife and Fujieda recoiled. However, Fujieda froze and looked over his shoulder in alarm. Sakaki had backed him right to the edge of the staircase. No, not the staircase! Was that why he started brandishing a knife out of nowhere? Fujieda's heel began to slip, and he reached for the handrail. With a smug sneer, Sakaki pointed the barrel of the gun at Fujieda's forehead. Not the hasta la vista. Screaming, I leapt into action. I got to my feet and charged at Sakaki. Startled, he whirled around and a gunshot rang out. He must have pulled the trigger on reflex. The bullet grazed my right arm. A searing pain spread through me and the wound began to throb. Flustered, Sakaki walked over to me while keeping the gun trained on Fujieda. With his left hand, he tossed the knife and grabbed my right arm. Ow! His fingers dug into the wound and I grunted. Fujieda started to walk but froze, glaring at Sakaki.
メイドの土産に面白い話をしてやろう。お前の妹を殺したのは
I died. What's new? Fujieda's eyes widened in shock.
殺すように指示したのはマヤだがな。お前の妹は悪魔の化身だ。トワを誘惑しようとした。だから殺したのは正しかった。
Bro, I don't know what's up with you.
貴様！お前も同じ場所へ行きたいだろう。行かせてやるぞ。今すぐにでもな。
With a sly grin, Sakaki looked at me, then gestured to Fujieda with the gun.
こいつを助けたいか。だったらマヤになることを受け入れろ。そうすれば助けるどころか今度は殺さずに済むぞ。マヤのようにな。10秒の猶予をやる。10、9。
In this situation, you say yes and give it a go. I don't know what his plan is, though. Gritting my teeth, I glared back at him.
To.
Fujieda called to me from the stairs. I could tell from the firm light in his eyes that he was trying to tell me something.
お前はユーフォリアだ。
He spoke slowly, meaningfully, as he gazed at me.
何を言うのかと思ったら当たり前のことを。
Sakaki rolled his eyes and shook his head in a dramatic display of annoyance. But he was wrong. Fujieda meant something a little different. And I understood him perfectly.
ほら、もう後がないぞ。3、2、1。
I stared at the floor in silence.
終わりだ。あばよ。Sensei.
Then slowly I looked up.
大丈夫。
At this, Sakaki froze.
大丈夫。
I spoke softly with a smile.
そんなことをしなくても、すべてうまくい
Ooh,
く。
come on, baby. He looked at me in disbelief. His lips trembled. You're weird.
もう大丈夫。何もかも私に任せればいい。
Ooh, okay. Time to weep. Okay.
大丈夫。すべて任せて。
Let's go, kids. Oh my
Oh my-
god. Oh, that was so painful. Oh, that was so painful. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's it. Oh, please, let me get rid of this dude. I'm so sick of him. I'm so sick of Sakaki. Alright, here we go.
マヤなのか？
I hate you so much. Okay.
ポジティブに。そう。
ああ。
ね
I remember everything. Wow, Joe is real good at this. Is that really true?
え。ポジティブ。
And Toe's like too good. If you have your memories back, then I'm happy for you.
榊。
Hey, let me get a good look at that face. Right. Of course, just a moment. Blah, 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 blah.
ポジティブに。嬉しい。
Thank you.
いや、
Don't worry. You did nothing wrong.
待っていた。
Maya, do you have any idea how long I've waited for this day? Does he really think this? This is like so gross. Like, he's so
ポ
gross.
ジティブ。
Yes, I understand all too well. Oh, I see.
俺は
All this time, I've done everything exactly as you told me to.
ポジティブに。ありがとう。
Thank you. I'm sorry, Toad's like too good at it. Of course.
榊。
It must have been so hard without me. It's alright. For you, I'd do anything.
Positive.
It's so gross. It's
心
so
配しない
gross.
で。
Because it's like, there's no, like, I'll talk about it later. I'm just, ugh. Okay, I'll take over from here.
信じてる。
But of course.
マヤ、
I still have your diary, you know.
ポジティブに。そう。
Are you sure?
あ、
Yes, of course.
どうしようもないな。
Though, I'll admit, these demon siblings have gone to great lengths to interfere, just as you predicted.
ポジティブ。
I suppose it doesn't matter anymore, does it? In your absence, Shinkomi has completely rotted away.
ポジティブに。ああ。
How very boring.
ああ。
Tell me about it, Maya. What's going on? Oh, I got it. I think I got it. Did I get it? I think it's... we have to do it once.
大丈夫。
Ooh.
ああ、マヤ。
Okay.
マヤ。
With you back home, we can start over from scratch.
ポジティブ。
Yes, it all starts from this moment. Precisely. It's a fresh start. Alright, here we go. Whew. Stress is real. Okay.
マヤ。
人の心はとてもやわくて一握りの砂のようなものなの。
人の心はとてもやわくて一握りの砂のようなものなの。
Takaki's kind of stupid. Like
だから
by like
触れる時には気をつけなければいけない。そう、私は新たなマヤになる。
おお、マヤだ。間違いなくマヤだ。
Does he really believe this crap? Like, I'm
何
just...
もかも私に委ねればいい。だから
like
もっと話して。
ああ、そうだな。マヤ。
あ、私は俺は私は 俺は
あ、どうしたマヤ。何か問題か。
got this.
私は
Alright, kids. Here we go. Ah.
大丈夫。
Oh boy.
大丈夫。大丈夫。
大丈
大丈夫。
ああ、そうだ。そうだ。何もかもすべてうまくいく。いいぞ、マヤ。があ
そう。私は大丈夫。
そうだな。これからはすべてがきっとうまくいくぞ。
Oh? Oh boy. Just then, scarlet memories came flooding in. My vision turned crimson until I could no longer see. No. No.
大丈
Ugh. Ugh. Yes. Alright. I'll do what I'm told.
おい、どうした？
お前じゃない。
Oh. Unsteadily, I leaned my body toward him and gave him a hard shove. Oh? Oh, I shoved him down the stairs? His scream receded into the distance until it was cut short by a sickening thud. Oh boy. The other man looked at me in shock and confusion. I turned to him and slowly smiled. After that, I fell unconscious. Oh boy. When I next awoke, Dr. Murase and Izumi-kun were watching over me anxiously as I lay on a hospital bed at Murase Clinic. When they arrived at the mansion, they apparently found me collapsed in the hallway near the stairs. According to Dr. Murase, I must have passed out due to blood loss from the gunshot. As for Towa, it seemingly vanished. Naturally, Dr. Murase and Izumi-kun both went looking for him, as did I, though my injuries hadn't fully healed. Oh, this is Fujieda. No matter where we went or who we spoke to, we couldn't find him. Nearly a week had passed, but I still hadn't given up the search. I stayed in contact with Dr. Murase and Izumi-kun and shared any relevant info I acquired, but things were starting to look bleak. One day I was lying on my back on the bed, exhausted from the fruitless search. Then a thought occurred to me. Gasping, I bolted upright. Why hadn't I thought of it sooner? It was so patently obvious. Perhaps I had subconsciously refused to consider it until now. After all, I never wanted to go back there if I could help it. But I knew he had to be there. I couldn't shake the feeling. I was convinced. I rose to my feet, got dressed, and left the building. Arriving at my destination, I gazed up at the building in all of its austerity. I was here 1 week ago, with Towa. This mansion towering over me was once known as Euphoria. This was where we faced off against Sakaki and put an end to the madness. Or did we? Either way, I was sure Towa had to be here. Summoning my resolve, I stepped forward. I'm so afraid if he's been sitting here the whole time, I'm afraid. When I pressed a hand to the heavy door, it slowly opened, its rusty hinges creaking loudly. Then I walked inside. It was still bright outside and light streamed into the building through the windows. When I looked at the crumbling staircase, memories flashed through my mind. The sight of Sakaki falling, his blood-curdling scream. I took my head to chase them away. Right now I needed to focus on finding Towa. Stiff for trepidation, I carefully searched the entire first floor. Then I climbed the staircase at the center and searched the second floor. And when that proved fruitless, I moved up to the third. He's in her office, isn't he? So far, no signs of life anywhere. As I climbed the stairs to the fourth floor, I was starting to think maybe Towa wasn't actually here. Oh, maybe he's in the room. At the top of the stairs, the steel door came into view. That was the room where he regained all of his lost memories. My heart began to race and I started to feel a little suffocated. I grasped the handle and pulled. The door was every bit as heavy as it looked. Creaking, it slowly opened. Inside, I could see nothing but darkness. I turned on my cell phone flashlight and headed inside. When I started to scan the area, however, I heard a faint sound. I turned the light in that direction. Just then, something struck me. I tried to turn around, but my vision went dark. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the floor. My head ached and my body was paralyzed. Gradually, my thoughts grew fuzzier and fuzzier until eventually it all drifted away. And so, despite my best efforts, I fell unconscious. When I opened my eyes, the headache made me wince. Blinking slowly, I glanced around to assess the situation. My vision was dyed red. At first, I thought it was a hallucination, but a moment later, I realized it was the color of the light. I found myself lying on the floor on my stomach. Then finally, I remembered what had happened. Someone had attacked me from behind, and I had lost consciousness. Once I confirmed that I could move my arms and legs, I slowly pushed myself up. I cast another glance around. It was the red room. That heavy steel door, I was in the process of opening it when I was jumped. I heard a rustle close by and looked over. A woman I didn't recognize was smiling at me, bathed in scarlet light. No, it wasn't a woman. The individual silently gazing at me was Toa. Why had I mistaken him for a woman at first? Because his body language was so very different. His clothes, body type, and hair were all entirely unchanged. For some reason, he felt softer, more fragile. The only thing he retained from his old demeanor was a hint of volatility. That, and he wasn't wearing his eye patch. I could see his closed eyelid peeking through the gaps in his hair. I scrutinized him sharply, attempting to locate the reason for the change. Smiling, he walked over to me and silently extended a hand. His fingertips brushed my cheek. His breathy voice made my heart race. I'm in danger. That was my gut reaction.
お前がいると思ったからだ。
そう。嬉しい。
Oh boy. Met with his affectionate gaze, I found myself wondering, who are you and what have you done with Toa? Toa would never speak in this breathy voice. Was this some kind of act? An act? The word brought certain memories to mind. Memories of Toa pretending to be Maya for Sakaki. Don't tell me. As my mind raced, I realized I could no longer avert my eyes. Almost as though I was in trance. It's not safe. I need to get out of here. And yet I was rooted to the spot.
来てくれて嬉しい。嬉しいよ。嬉しい。
Repeating the words over and over, he slowly leaned in. I need to run, now. Hurry. But my body refused to cooperate. Closing my eyes was the most I could manage. Oh? I felt something soft against my lips, followed by something warm and wet. I opened my eyes to find Toa mere inches away, and the moment we made eye contact, I realized I was doomed. I would never escape.
待ってた。
Oh boy. Ugh. Oh no, it's fixed. After what happened after that, I couldn't remember much. I felt like a puppet on strings, fully conscious, and yet my body did as Toa commanded. I couldn't oppose him. What happened? At his request, I brought him to one of my apartments. As soon as we walked in, he kissed me deeply and we stumbled to the bedroom. Caught up in the throes of passion, we couldn't even be bothered to remove our clothes. Oh boy, here we go. We climbed onto the bed until I hiked my shirt up. As he whispered, he pulled his shirt off. I took one look at his chest and gasped. His skin was covered with dozens of new scars. At this point, it was hard to find an untarnished spot. He murmured entranced, then with a suggestive smile, he hopped off of me. He pulled off his shirt and started to, okay.
待ってくれ。君は本当にトワなのか?
He looked at me in surprise and smiled.
そう。俺はトワだよ。ずっと一緒にいて。
ああ。
With no other answer available to me, I closed my eyes, and I heard him inhale slightly. Oh! A trembling whisper called out. Instantly, the blood in my veins ran cold. That wasn't Maya. Was that the real Toa? If so, then I really couldn't leave him. Not after everyone else did. Swallowing all my anger and grief and regret, I held him tightly in my arms. To me, it didn't matter if it was him or her. If only you weren't Toa, maybe then there would be hope for me. But if it's what you desire, then I shall stay with you until I breathe my last. Sheesh. Woo. Okay, let's let the music play. That's stressful. That was something. Oh boy. Woo! That was a doozy. So, I mean, it's sort of what I expected. Again. The true ending route, I mean, there was only really one way the madness route was gonna happen. So even if I wanted to discuss this part, so whether or not Toa has actually become Maya, literally in the sense, I think it's more so that I think I mentioned this in my talk in the final part, the ending, the true ending part. But Maya, regardless of how she truly felt or whatever, Maya wanted to create. Maya was like cultivating Toa. She was like, whether or not she was trying to make Toa her replacement or not, her original intention was so that she could raise another person like her, like she could create another person like her, and so they could both together rule the world together, essentially, is how she was. So like Fujieda mentions, her persuasion was so strong that she and Sakaki were fully able to push Toa so far into madness that even if he didn't really become her, like as in like her possessing Toa's body or whatever, he was able to, you know, all the things, all of the persuasion and suggestion, all of her, like, again, all of the curses she placed upon Toa manifested, and it came full circle and it came to full fruition. And so Toa is still Toa, but because of her and because of the slow damage, because of the damage that she had done to him, and now that, you know, he tried to, like, essentially mind broke himself, you know, she mind broke him even through the grave, you know. That's how scary that woman is. It's kind of impressive what a terrifying villain Maya can be. Although the real villain is technically Sakaki throughout this entire... The real antagonist is Sakaki. Because Sakaki was doing all of this out of his, like, obsessive, like, loyalty to Maya. But Maya, as we found out in the true ending, she... Again, it's hard to say that, like, oh, she loved Toa when she did all those bad things to him, but you can still have love for someone and still be terrible to them. Exhibit A is Madarame. Because Madarame, I mean, Madarame is not a good person. Let's just put it that way. He is also, out of the four, he's terrible. He's the only gangster. He doesn't care about other people's feelings. He's like borderline, like, he's probably a step away from being a sociopath, but he definitely does have cares. He definitely does have very specific cares and specific feelings, but he's definitely not a person who gives into that. Does that make sense? His route is the only route in which Toa, how do I say, in which he obsessively pursues Toa, but then will still say, like, oh, you know, it's not like a love confession or anything. And Toa's just like, bro, that's a full-on love confession. What are you talking about? You know? So, oh, so fascinating. But, yeah, I could kind of, I mean, it's kind of easy to see. Oh, but that's like, you know, that's, this is gonna sound so weird. The madness ending for the true route, in which, like, you know, Fujieda and Toa end up together, but Toa's so damaged that he now thinks he's Maya, or, like, essentially, like, his personality has shifted into what Maya wants it to be. It's so strangely, like, poetic, like, even though it's quite sad, because, you know, Sakaki wasn't, like, physically or emotionally in love with Maya. He was obsessed with the image of her, the figure of her, the way in which she seemed like a god to him. But then he perished because he was so obsessed with her that he pushed it on to Toa. But even then, Toa's still in there, and Toa's not gonna, you know, vibe with Sakaki because he's, you know, Sakaki sucks. So it's kind of again, even though Sakaki and Maya were not romantic per se, Towa and Fujieda essentially became Sakaki and Maya. Like, as in they, even though their quotation marks romantic, their relationship is romantic, they ended up as like essentially master and assistant, you know. So, ooh, that's intense. And like Towa, as we saw, Towa's in there. It's Towa, but it's a matter of like Towa's mental state is. It's like we don't know how far gone Towa is, you know. And it's like, oh, and Fujieda, man, Fujieda is something. Ugh. I'm sorry. I just have to. I like admire like I admire Fujieda like as a fully rounded character in all ends, in all options, in all areas of this game. Fujieda like fully MVP. Like I know he's technically like at one point, essentially, I think you can call Fujieda like Towa's Princess Shining Armor type of vibe, essentially. Even though Fujieda really puts emphasis on the fact that Towa is the one who's strong, Towa is not weak, and Fujieda admires Towa a lot for his strength, for his inner strength. Despite the fact that at first Fujieda didn't think very well of Towa, and you know, Towa also was like, no, he's like really, Fujieda is like really uptight, we have nothing in common, like that kind of thing. Oh, Fujieda and Towa are like such a power couple. They're such a fantastic pair. Oh my gosh. Oh, true route for real. This is like one of the true route, nitro+chiral routes that I'm just like, yes. Dramatical murder, the true route's a little something. Let's just put it that way. It's a little something. And Togainu no Chi, you know, the true route is cheeky. And in my opinion, you know, I need to actually play through the fullness of Togainu no Chi because I only know what I know from years past. And you know, the memory goes, you know, so I think I finally should just play it. Maybe I'll play it for you too. But yeah, no, Shiki, as far as I know, Shiki is I heard Shiki's horrible too, but Shiki's really popular. I mean, you know, your man's crazy, you know. I'm sorry. Oh man, but okay. Towa. Ooh, she's scary. Okay. Whew.
とは
Good
お前はユーフォリアだ。
どうしたマヤ。
そうだ。俺は。大丈夫。
なら、よかった。
You got it. First. Ah.
身動きが取れないからこれじゃあ何もできない。
So good.
ああ、そうか。そうだな。
Yeah, just untie. Sakaki rushed over to me, traded the gun for the knife, then used it to cut the ropes binding my arms. Once I was freed, I gingerly rubbed the marks the ropes had left on my wrists.
マヤ、これを。
He used his free hand to dig around in his jacket pocket. Slowly, he pulled something out. It was a pocket watch. But while it resembled the one in my room, its color was different. A pocket watch as red as blood. He humbly presented it to me as if offering up a priceless treasure. The cover swung open to reveal an hourglass. The sand inside shifted faintly with Sakaki's movements.
これはお前がいつも身につけていたものだ。この日のために俺がずっと持っていた。さあ、受け取ってくれ。
I reached out and gently grasped the pocket watch.
ずっと持っていてくれた。
I smiled softly and his face lit up with joy. Then, the smile vanished from my face. I charged forward and kicked him in the gut with all my strength. He dropped the knife and fell to his knees. That's what he's meant. Wordlessly, I dangled the red pocket watch by the chain right in front of his eyes. He rose to his feet and reached for the watch. Reflexively, I held it up over my head.
マヤになんかならねえよ。
I spat quietly, then flung the watch as hard as I could. It disappeared down the stairs and into the darkness. Sakaki ran after it. Oh yeah, there's like no stairs here. You know, if he was less erratic, he could have just, you know, waited, pick it up again. But he's stupid, so we love that. And in doing so, tripped and fell down the stairs. That's a very steep stairwell. There was a dull thud, and then all fell still, as if time itself had stopped. Before the last of my strength gave out, I dashed over to Fuji. He moved away from the staircase and let out a heavy sigh.
なかなか圧巻の演技だったぞ。
Hug, please.
そりゃ息子だからな。
So scary, so stressful.
だが
He chuckled as he gazed at me.
普段のだらしないお前の方が俺には魅力的だ。
At this, I smiled in spite of myself.
言ってろ。
Watch it. watch it. Then we put an arm around each other's shoulders.
撃たれた怪我は平気か。
そっちこそ。
今のところはまだ動ける。帰ろう。
Let's go home. He spoke calmly as he turned his gaze to me. I held eye contact with him for a moment, then nodded and looked away.
そうだな。
I watched you with my own two eyes. aren't your mother's property. You reclaimed your pain and overcame it. You're strong. And now I realize that strength was what drew me to you. We have the same scars. We support each other. Looking back, I'm truly fortunate to have met you. I'm weeping. After that, Fuji and I met up with Taku and Rei at the entrance to District A, and together we went back to the clinic for medical treatment. For a while, I couldn't sit upright, but after a few days of treatment, I recovered. I pushed myself up from the sofa. My body ached all over, but at least I could still walk. After spending the past few days cooped up in my apartment, I wanted some fresh air. I switched off the TV, rose to my feet, and pulled on my coat. Alright, kids. Oh my gosh, that was so much. There was so much emotions. Okay, before I click off, because I don't, this is probably the last bit, I'm assuming. So essentially, the Takasato Gumi gave Maya power. Maya took that power. I think like sociopath is probably the closest to what to how, because Toa called her like she was probably a sociopath, but she's like I think she's like far above, because if she was like conditioning her son to just be her, like not actually be her like what Sakaki was doing, it was like she wanted him to, she basically said she wanted to rule the world with him together, something of that nature. And she essentially just wanted to like create a second partner rather than have a son, you know, rather than have her own child, right? And you know, which is why, like, you know, she would die chasing Toa, and then Toa would accidentally push her down the stairs, like, of course, you know, that would make sense. You know, a fitting end to a crazy person. But yeah, that lady was, there was nothing good about her. Yeah, like I think I probably would have felt far more comfortable if like what Toa was just like, did you sleep with her? It's like I would probably feel a lot more comfortable. But it's like Sakaki like viewed her like a saint, like again, but he called her like a god, like he like put her on this like he was so loyal to her, as if like she was the one who gave him life or something. And I'm just like you know, so yeah, so, and the fact that he's just like, oh, you have to become like the new Maya, and it's like he totally was like so warped and delusional in his like fervent loyalty and worship of Maya that like it didn't even cross his mind that like, oh, Toa's just pretending to be her right now because I just played a bunch of tapes of her to him, you know. And I'm just like, you know, but Toa's mental state really like, I know the bad end is probably that like he becomes, you know, mentally broken and really does become I'm just assuming, I don't know, or just, you know, but that kind of thing. Yeah, Sakaki's crazy. I didn't you know, I didn't think it was him though. I didn't think, as in like, I didn't think he was the one who sent the stuff, because it seemed kind of like weird. But then in the context of this chapter, it's not so weird. I think it was just a little weird based on like how he was being presented. But it's also like, it's also the plot twist, quotation marks, of like, you know, oh, Tono's the one who's like buck wild, whatever, but like Sakaki's the one who's like calm and collected, and that's why he became the leader after. But then that would make sense if he was so like quite loyal to Maya that he probably picked up how to manipulate people from Maya anyway. You know, he's basically like her dog, you know, so anyway. Whew, but I can always depend on Fujieda. You know, the brother, like Maya and Sakaki were like, oh, those siblings are like demons, and I was just like, I think you have it backwards, because you guys seem a lot more demon-like, and they seem a lot more like saints here. But yes, again, not lost on me, thematically, writing-wise, that it would be Mei who would try to save Toa, and even though she failed, it would be Fujieda, her brother, who had, and she had said, she's like, my brother will come to save us, which technically she wasn't saved because Sakaki killed her, but in the end Fujieda did come to save Toa, and there is that. So oh my gosh. Okay, all right, kids. However, there's one loose end left, and that's Eiji. This is my studio. I have a bed, but I always sleep on the sofa. The sofa's closer to the door, so it's easier. I'm too lazy to walk all the way to the bed just to sleep. This is it! The corner of the room has all my art supplies and stuff. The overpowering smell of paint fills the room. Personally, I'm used to it, but Taku and Ray always complain. Alright. Where do we go? I'll take a look. Alright, everyone. Let's take a look-see. Someone there. Alright. Let's go down the list.
Yo.
Toa? Hey. How are you feeling? Decent.
気をつけろよ。
Gotcha. Well, I know you were out of commission for a while there. Don't push yourself too hard now. I won't. I'm not gonna ask you what happened back there. At least not yet. Once you feel ready to talk about it, I hope you will. Got it. Apparently, both Sakaki-san and Tono have gone missing. At this rate, the Takasato Gumi is done for, and who knows what'll happen to Shinkomi. But regardless, I plan to turn myself in.
そう思う。
Regardless of my reasons, fact is, I was an accomplice in a crime, so I gotta do my time and start over from square one. I apologize for all the trouble I've caused you too. I wouldn't have made it this far without you, Taku.
ありがとう。
Thanks. That really means a lot to me. All this time I was scared of you getting hurt, so instead I figured you were better off not knowing anything at all. But you were stronger than that. You remembered your past, overcame it, and then you came back. It's clear to me now, you just aren't the same little kid you used to be.
まあ
Well, obviously. But I couldn't have done it alone. Turns out there is value in connecting with people. I just could never see it.
何がだ?
What do you mean? What I mean is, I wouldn't be standing here today without every single person in my life. What? I'm amazed that you just said that. Now I can see for myself you've actually overcome it. I can't describe how relieved I am. One of these days we should all grab a bite to eat together. Sounds good.
またな、とわ。
Anyway, I gotta get going. See you. Oh, this is like it, y'all. This is it. Damn. I'm holding my emotional support peep. Animura! I'm so glad to just see everybody at this point. You know, my bestie Eiji though, that's the only one I'm a little, you know, we gotta see what's up with him, you know.
どうも。
Toa-san, is that you?
よ
Animura, you don't look happy to see me. Don't be silly. I was just wondering if you're feeling okay now. Yeah, I'm okay.
そうですか。
I see. To be honest, Toa-san, I don't really like you.
あ
I know.
ああ。
But I don't despise you either. I do dislike your laziness, your immorality, and your apathy, but I dislike those traits all the more because I know I might like you otherwise. Oh. Something about you made me want to tell you that. Something's different now. Your aura, I guess. It's hard to describe, but for some reason you've become more approachable.
よし
Well then, would you want to be friends? I take back what I said. Clearly I'm delusional. But I sincerely believe your overall vibe has changed.
それじゃあ。
Anyway, I'll be going now. Oh. Alright. To the shopping. Oh, it disappears. Okay. To the shopping station. Shopping street. Okay, sorry.
あら、どう
Oh, Nami! Oh, my Toa. I heard you got hurt. Are you doing alright?
あ
Yeah. I swear, every other day you're getting injured or hospitalized. You're freaking us all out. So try to give it a rest, would you?
そうだな
You're right. I'll try. Oh my god, you agreed? What happened to you? Trust me, it's a long story.
うーん。
Now that we're on the subject, you're normally such a gloomy little rain cloud, but today you're looking bright and sunny. Am I? Yeah! Did something good happen for you?
まあ
You could say that, I guess. Well, let's hear it then. Sheesh, did you finally get a real boyfriend or something? Well, we'll talk about that later, Honami. Maybe.
まさか。
What do you mean, maybe? I was joking, but am I actually right? I don't know. What? Oh my god, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. You can bet on it.
それじゃ。
Oh crap, I gotta run. See you later, Toa. Not Toa saying it. Oh, yeah. Okay. I feel like I'm playing a different game now. Now that it's like I'm just talking with everybody. I'm like I feel
Toa.
like I'm a different person. Well, I mean that is kind of what happened though. Toa, are you sure you should be on your feet?
あ
Yeah, I'm mostly recovered. Oh well, alright then. Just don't overexert yourself, hear me? I won't.
私ね
When we were at Sakaki-san's condo, I was so furious at myself for failing to keep you safe. If only I could have defended you. You never would have ended up with all those injuries. God, I'm so sorry. It's all in the past. Besides, it wouldn't have deterred Sakaki. He would have simply tried again later. Something major happened after that, didn't it? I'm honestly so glad that you and Fujieda-san made it back in one piece.
それで
How are you doing? Me? Well, I'm not sure what'll become of my debt. Like, what'll happen to the entire Takasato Gumi? I still hate my deadbeat dad, but he's my dad, you know. I'm gonna try to talk it out with him. If you need help, just say the word.
とは
Right. Thanks. Taku told me he's gonna turn himself in, since he was an accomplice and all that. I'm not planning to stop him, though. I'll just wait until he gets out. And if he wants to be a doctor again, then I'll do everything I can to help.
そうだな
Sounds good. I'm gonna work hard. That way one day we can all goof off together like we used to. But you have to help me, got it?
は
Got it. Thanks.
またね
Anyway, see you later. Is that who? Is that what do you mean is that who? I'm impressed you managed to find me. As a reward, I'll tell you the reason why I came to this town.
へえ
Can't say I'm not interested, that's for sure. So, what brings me here, you ask? Your grandma. My rival is here. AG? Rival? He gathers information at lightning speed, pops up all over the place and tricks everyone with his cheery smile. His name is AG. AG? That AG? Yes. I spotted him on a social media site and got curious. But the more I chase after him, the more infuriated I become. I want so badly to have a tight grip on the flow of information, just like he does. So I followed him into this town and gathered a ton of info.
なるほど
What, you were just copying him? Have you talked to him since you got here? No. If I tried, I probably wouldn't get a single word out. I'd be too nervous. Well, there you have it. Cool. Useless information, I suppose. If AG's not here, then I have no reason to be here.
それは
Wait, you're saying AG's not here?
じゃあ
Goodbye.
おい
Hey. Not him. Not the side couple type of beat. Hey, who's next? Oh.
とは
Oh. Arata! I heard you got banged up pretty bad. You okay?
ああ
Yeah. That's good to hear. The city sure is a mess these days, huh? Takasato Gumi got attacked, and people went missing. So much has happened, and everyone's in an uproar. Makes me feel like maybe this is the end of an era for Shinkomi. I don't know what'll happen after that. Maybe the town will turn over a new leaf. Whatever happens, I think it'll be for the better. Hopefully. You know, Toa, you've changed. Your whole vibe's different from before. I can tell something must have happened to you. Yeah. Whatever it was, it feels like it was something positive. Ultimately, yeah, I'd say so. I'm glad it happened. Well then, I'm happy for you. I hope something similar happens for me too. Don't worry, babe. We're gonna make it happen for you. Not like you don't want what happened to Toa anyway. But we're gonna make it happen for you, B.
それじゃあ
Alright, who's next? Cool.
Toa-san!
Igarashi!
Yo.
Hey, Igarashi. I heard you were out of commission. Are you feeling better now? Yeah, for the most part. Gotcha. Well, that's a relief. Man, everything's such a mess lately. I can't make heads or tails of it. The HQ got attacked, and they say the legendary Madarame-san was behind it. And some claim Kotaro-san and Mayu-san were helping him, and now Sakaki-san and Tono-san are missing. I just don't even know what to do anymore.
No.
You'd always leave the Yakuza life for good. What? Quit the gang? Yeah.
無理っす
I can't do that. This is my dream gig. Sure, everybody tells me I'm not cut out for the work, but that doesn't mean I should just give up. Bless his soul. Then again, it's hard to say if this town will stay intact, much less the gang. If you don't want to quit the gang, then why don't you take charge? What? Me? Take charge of the gang? Yeah.
Yeah.
No. That'd be impossible. But impossible or not, all I can do is my best, right? So that's what I'll do. My goal is to be a sensitive, sweet, badass Yakuza. Yakuza.
いいんじゃないか
I think you could get there one of these days.
No!
You mean it? Oh man, I feel so motivated. I'm gonna do it, bro. But if you don't mind, Toa-san, I'd appreciate it if you'd still let me cry on your shoulder from time to time. Sure thing.
それじゃ
Thank you so much. See you. Light of my life. Light of my life. the only light in my life in this game. I love Igarashi. He's definitely not cut out to be a Yakuza though. Manager! Welcome, Taku.
どうも。
Is yours open for business already? Isn't it a little early? Indeed, I decided to open early tonight. Now, Toa-kun, I heard you got injured. Are you feeling better? Yeah. Good. I'm glad to hear it. I hear several people have gone missing after the latest attack at Takasato HQ. And there was that bombing at the law office a while ago too. This town really feels like it's about to implode on itself. For sure. Ever heard of the cycle of destruction and regeneration? I think Shinkomi might actually be in the midst of that process. It's undergoing a metamorphosis. But it'll always be a melting pot brimming with folks from all different walks of life. The chaos will get smoothed out but never fully eradicated, because that's what Shinkomi is at its core. Forgive me, I've done a lot of thinking since I saw the news this morning.
No.
Boss, how long have you lived here in this town? Oh, since the early days after it was first created. The high point, in other words. Did you run Roost the whole time? Or did you have other jobs?
そうだね。
It's not often you ask so many questions, Toa-kun. The answer is... it's a secret. Life's more fun with a little mystery, don't you think? It stimulates the imagination. That's subjective. Well, I'm about to open up shop. Care for a drink?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good.
またね。
Very well. Then I shall see you later, Toa-kun. Tajimasu! It's her!
どうも。
Did you close up early today? Yep, didn't get many customers. Did you wanna buy something? No. Looks like the Takasato Gumi's up. But then again, they were doomed from the moment Ryujiro went off his rocker. Back in my day, the girls who came to vent to me all had at least a single glimmer of hope in their eyes. But over the past few years, those eyes turned dead and soulless. That's when I knew we were truly done for.
No.
You've lived here from day one, right? Sure have. Was there a reason you never moved away? At the end of the day, I love this town too much to leave it. For better or for worse, I can't help but appreciate it in all its chaos.
そうだな。
I can relate. Can you? This might be the first time we've ever agreed on something. Oh, give it a rest. So, you gonna buy something or what? If so, I'll leave the register open for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
Nah, not today. Alright then, come by again sometime. Where we at, besties? Oh! Junko! I heard you were bedridden for your injuries. Are you sure you should be on your feet? It's fine. Oh, well, alright then. You know, rumor has it Sakaki-san and Tono-san went missing after the attack on the Takasato office. So, like, what's gonna happen to our town? Feels like something big is gonna happen that'll change everything. After the years spent living under the Takasato Gumi's fist, I can't imagine how everyone's going to work without them. Will I even fit in anymore? I'm scared. Hard to say. But at the same time, I don't especially want to leave, so despite all my complaints, I guess I love this town. Anyway, yeah, I'm staying put. What about you, Towa? I'm not leaving. Gotcha. That said, I'm not opposed to learning more about the outside world. I can't believe you, of all people, just said that. Did something happen to you? It's a long story. I guess it's not just the town either. The residents are going to change too. But that's life, right? Nothing ever stays the same. And besides, I like these changes you've made. Anyway, I've got somewhere else to be. See you later, Toa. Ooh.
あ、トワだ。
Oh? Oh, Mayu. There's a lot I want to talk about, but I don't have time right now. Sorry, Towa. Were you there at the time?
何?
What time? When Kotaro called Madarame? Oh, yeah, I was there.
つまり
You knew Madarame was back in town? Yeah, but I was told not to tell anybody. Personally, I don't care either way, but Kotaro and Eiji chose him, so I did too. Except Eiji went poof partway through. Madarame-san has to be so dramatic. It's funny. That's why I like him. Yeah. What are your plans now?
さあね。
I don't know. Madarame-san is gone now, and so are Sakaki and Tono-san. And now Kotaro is saying he will leave the city, so I think I might go with him.
そうか
Gotcha. I never cared about the city or the Takasato Gumi, but I really liked you, Toa. It's fun to hang out with a total nutcase. Yeah.
ほいじゃん。トワ。
Anyway, take care, Toa. My besties are leaving me. They be leaving me. Let's try. I highly doubt I'm gonna see Madarame, but if I do, you know, might hit different. Oh, Kotaro. Oh, if it isn't Towa.
よ
Hey, Kotaro. Sorry, but I'm kinda in a rush. I wanna ask you something. Is it about Madarame-san? You were the one who called him, weren't you?
おう。
Yep, sure was. Did you guys stay in touch the whole time? Even after he vanished? Yeah, I guess you could say that.
それは
All three of you? I don't know about Eiji since he disappeared partway through, and Madarame-san pieced out after the Takasato Gumi went belly up.
もうな。
At this point, I'm starting to think maybe I'm done with this town. Maybe I'll say my goodbyes. Is Mayu going with you? Hard to say. If I asked him to, he'd probably tag along. Total bird brain that he is. Whatever. Anyway, that's the story. See you on the flip side, Toa. See you. Alright. We're good to go. Dang, January 15th? Oof. Yeah, these stories usually take place in the span of like less than a month. But it's always so eventful, like we forget how eventful a whole month can be sometimes. When I returned to my apartment, Fujieda was there. Apparently he had arrived ahead of me.
体調は
まあまあ
そうか
I sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He sat down in the chair across from me. As I exhaled a puff of smoke, he watched it float past, and his gaze drifted down to the floor. A long, contemplative silence followed. When he spoke, his eyes were still fixed on his feet.
マヤの日記を探すために榊が所有している部屋を回ってみようと思っている
At this, I straightened up my seat and crushed my cigarette in the ashtray.
一緒に行くか
あ
Sure.
あでもお前こそいいのか
何がだ
お前の目的はもう
From the start, he had set out to track down his missing sister and learn what had happened to her. This was something he had already accomplished. He had no reason to tag along with me. He smiled weakly and closed his eyes.
ここまで来たら俺も最後まで知りたいんだ
そうか
Personally, I wasn't gonna try to stop him. Following the incident at Maya's mansion, I was plagued with a deep feeling of emptiness. I suspected Fujieda felt the same. It was the calm that came after the storm, after losing everything. Would this feeling gradually fade over time? Just then I heard a knock at the door. I expected whoever it was to barge in, but they didn't, so I rose to my feet and walked over. Lisa! Is that Lisa?
はじめまして。
That's Lisa. Standing at my door was a woman I didn't recognize. She wore a black suit and carried herself with perfect poise. Her expression was firm as she looked at me.
どちら様？
突然すみません。小早川に頼まれて届け物を。
小早川？
Yeah, who? I frowned. That name didn't sound familiar. Wait.
エイジといえば、
Okay.
わかりますよね。
I was like, oh, the missing person.
エイジか。
The mystery woman nodded and pulled a stack of plastic cards from her jacket pocket.
こちらを。
カード。
As far as I could tell, they were all key cards.
確かに届けました。私はこれで。
で、あんたは誰なんだ？
I called out to stop her before she could rush off. She turned to face me.
井上リサと申します。小早川に代わってこの町の担当になりました。
担当？何の担当だ？
小早川も私も警視庁特別捜査官です。
No way, no way, wait, no way. AG was not a secret, like a Metropolitan Police Department agent. No way. She spoke in a perfectly matter-of-fact tone of voice, then bowed and headed for the elevator. I closed the door and turned back to face Fujieda, who had risen to his feet.
話は聞いていた。エイジは警視庁の人間だったのか。
みたいだな。
So Lisa was a cop. No wonder she acted all funny. I knew she was gonna. I was like, what happened to her? She had such a prominent role in Taku's thing. Like all the characters that had kind of prominent roles in the other chapters, like came back at some point. So I was just like, what about Lisa? And I was like, oh my gosh, she was a cop. She was an undercover cop like AG. I gazed down at the stack of keycards. I had already told him everything AG said to me in the car after the incident with the knockout gas.
それは？
エイジからの届け物らしい。
He reached out to take them. Just then my phone buzzed on the coffee table. I walked over, picked it up, and checked the screen. The caller was listed as unknown, but I had an idea of who it might be, so I picked up. It's probably AG. I didn't think his eyes would be like that small. Like he would have like small pupils. Like I didn't think that would be his design, but I guess he's supposed to be kind of cat-like or fox-like because, you know, foxes are tricksters, right? So, so very cat, like kitsune neko type of design. So it does make sense now that I see his eyes. And then now I know he was cop. Oh, Toa-san, long time no talk. Eiji's face appeared on screen.
Eiji?
At the sound of the familiar voice, Fujieda peered over my shoulder at my phone. Eiji saw him and smiled gleefully. You gonna explain to me, Eiji?
まさかお前が捜査官だったとはな。
It would make sense why he's so good at intel.
このカードキーの束か。
はい、そうです。榊さんが所有してた部屋のキーなんで、頑張って回ってみてください。
AG, you know, I never should have doubted AG. Wait, I never should have doubted AG. Was everything you said in the car a lie? Oh.
新興味が好きだって話ですか？全然嘘じゃないですよ。
He looked almost offended at the thought.
もともと本土って新興味をすっごく潰したがってたじゃないですか。でも新興味は厄介な町ですから、みんな担当になるのを嫌がるんですよ。僕はほら、新興味大好きっ子なので真っ先に手を挙げたんですけど。
本土はお前から情報を得ることで新興味を潰す機会を伺っていたんだろう。それでよかったのか。
逆転の発想ですよ。本土に
にはほどほどの情報を流して新興味を守ろうと思ったんです。でもそれもあとちょっとのところで成就ならずでした。いやー、本当に残念だな。トワさんがマヤさんになるなんて、こんなに面白いことはもう二度と起こらないだろうって思ったのに。
He is so shady.
お前。
Fujita growled under his breath, glaring into the camera at Eiji.
まあ怒らないでくださいよ。榊さんの計画は失敗しちゃいましたし、もう全部終わりですから。新興味のバランスは崩れました。僕が好きだった危うい均衡は消えてなくなる。とても残念ではありますけど、最後にトワさんがマヤさんを演じたところを見られただけでもよかったです。
What is he? Oh no.
あの演技は本当に素晴らしかった。
Oh boy. Eiji beamed in satisfaction.
いい感じで、僕は退散します。これから上の人たちがこってり怒られるターンに。
I was so stressed. I was like, what are you holding?
今まで楽しい時間をありがとうございました。
With a deep bow, he ended the call. Fujieda and I both stood there in stunned silence. Then after a moment he sighed. His expression was one of bitter defeat.
結局俺たちは道化を演じてたってことなのか。
途中まではな。けど
I paused and looked at him.
最後は俺たちを操る糸を引きちぎって舞台を台無しにしてやったんだ。
You got that right.
意趣返しとしては最高だろ。
That's right.
そうかもな。
He averted his eyes with a tiny smile. Oh boy, Eiji's buck wild too. He belongs in Shinkomi. The keycards Lisa passed along from Eiji each had the building name and apartment number written on them. Together, Fujieda and I decided to explore them one by one. Most of them didn't contain anything noteworthy. Finally, we were down to a single black keycard. This was the only one that wasn't labeled with a building name or number. When I looked at it, it brought to mind a specific room. That locked door on the 3rd floor of Maya's mansion. I distinctly remembered it because it didn't have a keyhole. When I told Fujieda about it, he agreed to come with me to Maya's mansion to test my theory. The sun was setting on the horizon as the two of us walked into the deathmatch area. When we arrived at the mansion, it looked just the same as always. Slowly, I opened the door and walked inside. For a split second, my mind replayed the sight of Sakaki falling. Officially, he was missing, which meant they hadn't found his body. Maybe Eiji quietly disposed of it. We cut across the mezzanine floor to the staircase. Up we went to the 2nd floor, then the 3rd, careful to avoid the holes in the crumbling walkway. At last we arrived at the door with no keyhole.
この部屋か。
Alright, here we go. Nodding, I examined the door. I could see what looked like a card reader nearby. Experimentally, I held up the black key card. Then I heard the whir of the electric lock, so I put a hand to the door and pushed. Ah, it's her office, isn't it? With a shrill creak, it opened. Inside, the room was so flawless it felt like I'd been transported to a different building. Almost as though someone actively lived here. On second thought, someone probably did. And that someone was Sakaki. The furnishings were weathered, but perfectly clean. Old photos and newspaper clippings covered the far wall. The photos were all of the same woman, Maya. As for the clippings, they all referenced murder cases that happened within Shinkomi. Fujieda walked up to the bookcase and began to pore through everything on the shelves. I moved next to him, grabbed a notebook, and leafed through it. Inside was a list of names written by hand. Clients, maybe? The list continued all the way to the final page. Nothing especially remarkable about it. At the sound of my name, I looked up. Fujieda was holding several books in his hands, staring at a single point on the bookshelf. I followed his gaze. There I could see a single black box, a miniature safe. He attempted to open it. It was locked. There was a keypad right next to the lock. I put in some numbers at
開かない
random.
な。
暗証番号か。自分の誕生日は？
知らない。
Oh, that's right, he doesn't know his birthday.
いや、待てよ。
He seemed to remember something because he flipped open one of the books in his hands. It looked like an old photo album. The vinyl had gone yellow with age, and I could see photos of Maya inside. For a moment I felt faintly dizzy, but nothing more than that. I took a deep breath and lowered my gaze to the old photos.
あった。これだ。
Ah! Fujieda flipped through, then stopped and pointed at one specific picture.
この写真。
It was a photo of a wrinkly newborn baby whose eyes weren't even open yet. It was wrapped up in pristine white cloth. I could almost picture it crying loudly. Suddenly I shuddered.
これは、お前だな。
わからない。
I forced the words out hoarsely. Beneath the photo was an inscription.
3月7日、14時47分。おそらく、お前が生まれた日付と時間だ。
I was at a loss for words. I felt no anger, no sadness, no joy. I just stood there and trembled. Gently he rubbed my back.
入力してみよう。
As he spoke, he slowly pressed the buttons on the keypad. "0307." After a small electronic beep, the safe door audibly unlocked. I stared at it, stunned. Fujieda glanced at me, then opened the safe. Inside was a ratty old journal. My heart leapt into my throat. Silently, Fujieda picked up the journal and offered it to me. Are we gonna read it? Oh my goodness. Prompted by his quiet gaze, I took it. My heart began to race as I flipped it open. Written inside were records of violence and murders. The author Maya listed every atrocity she had ever committed, all in a detached clinical tone.
ここに書かれていることが全て本当ならば、大事件なんてものじゃ済まないな。
Fujieda muttered with a hard look on his face. In contrast, my heartbeat had slowed and I felt calm again. Supposedly, these were crimes my own mother had committed, but they didn't really feel relevant to me. And partway through, she started talking about my cuts here and there. Apparently, I had a lot more clients than the 3 Sakaki silenced. About 2/3 of the way through the diary, the entries died out and the rest of the pages were blank. Blankly, I flipped through them. And I caught sight of something written near the end, but I was going too fast and I overshot it. I flipped backwards through the diary until I found it. And the instant I laid my eyes on what was written there, a giant mass of emotions welled up in my throat, overtaking me completely. The diary fell from my hands and I collapsed. Fujieda hastily caught me. As the book lay open on the floor, clear fluid dripped onto its pages. Every now and then I think to myself, I'm broken. I can't love anyone or feel affection. I'm all alone and I hate it. But I can't suppress the cold, dark urge I feel inside me. I can't kill the monster that lurks within. I'm powerless. So this is the only way I know how to live. If I could have killed that monster, would I have learned to love? Could I have been a better mother for my son? I love him very much. At least I think I do. As far as I'm aware, I gave him my everything, but I just don't understand. I can't make it work, no matter how hard I try. I can't get through to him. I am alone. Way to give the sympathetic portion. But, boy. I don't think that's a case of them trying to humanize her to us, though. I think it's a case of she was aware of herself, and if anything, if what she says is true and she thinks, like she said, I think I love my son, I'm not sure, but if she was that mentally unwell in the first place, it means she can't tell, like, again, like, she can't tell. So there's empathy to be had for her in that way, where she knows there's something wrong with her. So man, that's rough. But you know, people always say, like, oh, like, you know, these characters probably just need therapy. But like a character like Maya, if you were to take her and like bring her into real life, there's so very little you can do about her. She's self-aware, and again, like she said, it's the only way she can live. It's just very sad. And in Towa's case, you know, it doesn't undo all the bad. Again, it doesn't. Her self-awareness does not eliminate her crimes. It does not eliminate her sins. It does not eliminate all the terrible things that she's done. But Towa, like, you know, Towa has a lot of very confusing emotions and experiences. It's like Sakaki only acted like he cared about him because he was Maya's son. Sakaki definitely just like didn't care. Like he's the one who definitely didn't care. He just cared about Maya. But you know, despite, I think for Towa, at least, he wanted to have some kind of, deep inside, you know, you just want to know that even for a moment that your parent that treated you poorly at least had some kind of love for you or care for you in their own way. Maya's so crazy, but you know, this game is just really sad. So that's the theme of this game. It's slow damage, baby. The damage is real slow. The damage is slow, but it's damage, alright? Okay, is there an ending scene? One guy. After that, the Takasato Gumi was functionally disbanded. We learned that Tono was assassinated by Sakaki, but Sakaki himself was still missing. Oh dang, Sakaki said bye, like, oh dang, okay. Control of Shinkomi was temporarily shifted to the government, who promptly shut down all the casino and hotel resort facilities. But apparently another corporation had already volunteered to take the reins. Maya's mansion was lost to a sinkhole and disappeared into the deep ocean. Apparently this sinkhole was caused by a mysterious explosion. They decided it was probably a gas leak. Now that the sun had set on Takasato Gumi's tyrannical regime, this was a huge turning point for Shinkomi. Is everyone okay? I hope everyone's okay. 6 months! Oh boy. I moved out of Murase Clinic's 3rd floor apartment space and moved in with Fujieda. Yes, yes, move in, please. He asked me to assist with his work, and I agreed. Technically, I didn't need to move in for that purpose, but he said it would be more efficient if I did, so I went with it. Efficient, yeah, sure, say whatever you want. Sun! The contrast, oh my gosh. I love this game. Then I walked into his 3-bedroom condo and realized the place was probably too big for just one occupant. Fujieda's fastidious nature was reflected in the spotless floors and countertops. And so I moved into one of the bedrooms. If I needed any of my old stuff, I could always swing by the clinic, but I didn't bother to bring anything. He told me I could use the other rooms for my art, but I didn't take him up on it.
これからも絵を描くつもりなのか?
At this, I shook my head.
わからない。
Wow. After I finished my painting of Fujieda, the urge to paint never struck me again. Oh, it's so pretty. I still liked doing it, so I wasn't vehemently opposed or anything. It's like super abstract, but I wasn't as obsessed as I once was.
またいつか描きたくなったら描けばいい。理由はどうあれ、絵を描いたのはお前自身で、生み出された作品もお前のものだ。マヤとは関係ない。
When he said this to me, I didn't have an answer. He told me he was planning to continue his work as an attorney. But with his Yakuza ties on top of his bad reputation, it would take a lot of work to undo the damage. He knew this full well, of course, and told me he was planning to earn the community's forgiveness? By reaching out to those who were wronged by the Takasato Gumi or others affected by the changes taking place in Shinkomi. He was going to help the citizens in ways only an attorney could, or so he explained. At his core, Fujieda was a good Samaritan, so I figured he wouldn't have too much trouble repairing the broken trust between himself and the populace. Oh, I need water, hold on. More importantly, now that we were living together, something had started to gnaw at me. I was still having nightmares. Just because I'd gained closure didn't mean all the years of trauma were erased. The nightmares gave me insomnia and made me feel terrible. I was worried that I was yet another burden weighing Fujieda down.
それでも一緒に住む気か?
I asked him this question not long after I moved in. He looked at me and said,
覚悟の上だとあの時に言っただろう。
Prepared.
先ほど言った通り、過去を思い出すことで周りにも影響が出るかもしれません。ですが、それはトワさんも覚悟の上でしょう。 それは私も同じです。
I looked away and chuckled. After all this time, he was still just as committed. And if he was that sure about it, then there wasn't much else I could say. As it turned out, he was even more compassionate than I'd given him credit for. In which case, I figured maybe I could trust him. One day, about a month after we first started living together. Not the beach! Fujieda invited me to go for an early morning stroll at the beach. The late spring sun was already peeking up over the horizon, its dazzling light glinting off the water. This beach trip was a spontaneous idea we'd had while talking. When I told him I'd never set foot in the ocean, he decided he wanted to take me there. From my perspective, the ocean wasn't that exciting, but he had already started planning the excursion, so I couldn't say no. And so here we were. He explained that he wanted to visit during the early hours so it wouldn't be crowded. Down by the waves, the two of us walked side by side in our sandals. The faint sea breeze tickled my skin and hair as it passed. Squinting, I turned and looked in the direction of its destination.
海に入ってみたらどうだ?
Fujieda spoke as he gazed at the horizon. I really tried to stop because I'm emotional right now, but Fujieda in that shirt, sorry, in that boys love male lead button up white shirt. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, focus. Okay.
入ったことがないんだろ?
Okay. Focus, okay.
まあ、でも別に入りたいとは。
Push him in.
実は、俺もない。
Oh. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Woo! Okay. Focus. We're emotional. He cut in quietly and I looked at him. He was wearing a calm, peaceful smile.
俺も海に入ったことがないんだ。だから、一緒に海へ来たいと思った。
Wait, they're gonna do it together? I hate this game so much. I'm emotionally fragile. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I love these two together so much.
俺とお前の初めての共同作業だ。
Why he had to say it like that? That is so again, so unsexy. But he's sexy, so it's okay, I guess.
その言い方。
I burst out laughing.
一般的には違う状況で使うやつだろ。
Yeah, exactly.
どう違う?
Have mercy.
とぼけてるのか?
事実を述べたまでだ。
I'm just saying facts. Did he honestly not get it, or was he just pretending not to? Smiling, I kicked off my flip-flops. Then I stepped into the wet sand and walked toward the ebbing waves. The water was a lot colder than I was expecting, but I kept going until I was ankle deep. Likewise, Fujieda stepped out of his shoes and followed after me.
やはり朝だからか。まだ冷たいな。
Because it's the morning, Fujieda.
泳いだら心臓が止まる。
かもな。
For some reason, he then proceeded to dip his hands into the water and splash me. The spray of cold water dampened my clothes.
なんだよ。
No, not this. Not like this. I'm emotional. they're at the beach on a beach day and they're gonna splash water at each other playfully and laugh and smile. Because now He's mostly okay. Mostly, not fully, but mostly okay. And I'm gonna cry all night tonight. Okay.
別に
Pissed, I kicked the water at him as hard as I could. Work. Soaked, he grinned and kicked the water back.
お前
I kicked the water back again. He started to dodge, then paused and scrutinized me.
こういうことをしたことがなかったんだ。俺もお前も。
Okay, that's like, sorry, I don't know why I got really like emotional reading that, sorry. Because they've spent like their whole lives like traumatized. So.
子供として当たり前の経験が俺たちにはない。
Sorry, I'm actually gonna cry. I'm sorry.
だからこれから経験して積み上げていくんだ。
He smiled softly as he spoke.
俺とお前一緒にな。
バカバカしい。
Sounds good. I love Toa. I love Toa so much. I turned away to try and play it off, but secretly I was smiling too.
けど
Oh god. I turned back and shot him a mischievous grin.
しょうがないから付き合ってやるよ。
My emphasis landed on the last words as I kicked the water with all my might. Oh my god! Oh, we're finished with Slow Down. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, give me a moment. I don't want to talk over the music, so just enjoy. I'm gonna take a water break. Hold on. Oh, there's more. Oh, okay. I was like, oh, I was totally prepared for that to not to be too emotional. The more time I spent with Fuji, the more I learned. First, he wasn't as perfect as I thought he was. He was a terrible cook. Oh, thank goodness. he can't be that perfect, yeah. The scrambled eggs he made for breakfast the other day were dry and totally tasteless. Somehow I managed to make better tasting French toast, and I'd never cooked in all my life. Even he was surprised. Maybe I learned some things over the years of eating Ray's cooking. Second, my view of the world had completely changed. Oh, can he not? Not in the attitude sense, the literal sense. The world around me, specifically the colors, looked distinctly different now. In the past, certain things would appear intensely bright and garish, but now everything looked normal. The first time I noticed it, I thought something was wrong with my eye. To me, the freaky colors were normal. When I asked other people about it, I realized that it was actually the other way around. Flat world with no depth. I was going to need some time to get used to it, but it didn't seem hard. Once my vision problem was corrected, I stopped seeing people smoke too. As a result, I stopped performing euphoric episodes on people. Finally, one more thing, the thing that surprised me the most. Remember the painting at Tajima's? That pitch black painting added an eerie quality to the otherwise homey little snack shop. Is that the painting? All this time, I couldn't understand why the old lady would hang it up there. But one day, Fuji and I stopped by. And when I looked up at the wall, I noticed something different. I was expecting a dark, shadowy painting, but what I saw was a beautiful, ephemeral light.
ばあさん。
なんだい。
この絵変えたのか？
At this, she scowled dubiously.
何言ってんだ。もうずっと前から変えてないよ。大切な絵だからね。
この絵はどうしてここに？
もらったんだよ。昔ね、よくここに来る子がいたんだ。その子はキャバクラの新人かなんかで食うに困ってる様子でね。ちょっと世話してやってたんだよ。
No. No way.
それが全然来なくなっちゃってね。どうしてるのかと思ってたら、10年以上経ってからまた店に来たんだよ。その時にこの絵を置いてったんだ。綺麗だけど、どこか寂しそうな子だったね。
そうか。ありがとう。
I always saw the painting as shadowy, but in reality it wasn't at all. Now that my vision had cleared, I could see things for how they truly were. The painting was soft, pastel watercolor. For a while I stood there taking it in. How did I miss this before? Then I remembered. This painting it was one I begged my mother to buy me when I was little. She had brought me to a small art gallery, and for some reason this particular painting captivated me. As I stared at it, she asked me in a soft voice, "Do you like this painting?" I nodded, and so she bought it for me. This was quite possibly the moment that inspired me to paint my own paintings. And I never saw this particular painting again. I didn't remember ever seeing it hanging on the wall, and eventually I forgot about it entirely. Apparently it ended up here. I stared at it entranced. It was just so beautiful. I couldn't think of any other way to describe it. Then finally, as I gazed at the painting, something welled up deep in my chest. It spread through my body like water through cloth. I wasn't sad, and yet tears streamed down my cheeks. Quietly, I wondered, was the sky always that bright? For the first time in my life, I was seeing everything in its true colors. This was reality. I was alive. And for the first time in my life, I cherished it. Is there another scene? Can I cry yet? Can I cry for real yet? Okay, there's a lot of cries. Oh man. Thank you, nitro+chiral. Oh my gosh. Ugh. I did not cry this much. Like, I didn't cry at all when I played Dramatical Murder. Like, why am I so emotional? I don't know. Am I really just gonna, like, miss these guys a lot? Is that what this is about? Is the room... The sun is coming through. I was expecting the room to change, but I didn't expect it to move like like this. The door is open. But the TV is off. I just want to see the pictures really quick. Okay, sorry. Because I didn't see all of Fuji at his painting. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Fuji at this painting's really pretty. Ugh. Mercy on me. Okay. Okay, yeah, you're not saying that. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like, is this, hold on. Oh, it was the thinnest brush. I was gonna say, I was like, this is a very, like, I thought he wouldn't be in here, but... Okay, let me, sorry, I need to gather my thoughts a little bit. This won't be a very long discussion because I kind of like said what I wanted throughout the game, but I don't know why I'm so sad now. I just really like you know, when I hate to always mention Dramatical Murder, but it helps me process my feelings, right? So in Dramatical Murder, like, I quite liked the characters for what they were. Also, I was like, oh gosh, how long ago was that when I played Dramatical Murder? I played Dramatical Murder when I was years ago. Was it like it feels like I played it over a decade ago. It's not a decade ago. Definitely years ago. So I was like I was living a very different life, if that makes sense. Metaphorically, literally, etc. Yeah, I was not to compare myself to Toa because we're different, but it's like how Toa lives so differently in different phases of his life, right? It's like we all go through different phases of life, and but that aside, sorry, I'm really emotional, so I'm sorry if I don't make sense, but but yeah, when I played Dramatical Murder, you know, nitro+chiral games have very similar themes. They have very similar, or like they cover a lot of like darker themes. A lot of the characters have similar archetypes to their core. I'll say to their core, and superficially to their core, surface level. I watched a TikTok recently that said every nitro+chiral game has these character archetypes, and it's like, yeah, there's like I mentioned, it's like there's a childhood best friend, blah blah blah, you know, guys like Madarame, like you know, that kind of guy. But yeah, I don't know, like you know, themes of family always kind of get me. If you guys have watched my Amori playthrough, I cried at the end of me finishing Amori the first time on stream, because I was talking about it. I kind of teared up during the ending, but I didn't cry. But when I was talking about it, I cried because these both have themes of family, and not all family themes make me cry, but when it comes to maybe it's because like I don't know, maybe I feel more personally about it or whatever, but I try not to. I try to kind of see the media for what it is, but you know, you can't help it. We're all human. We react differently to different things media that we consume. But Toa, I think it also has to do with like Toa and Alba are very fundamentally different. Aoba had like, I don't want to say he had it easier, but Aoba lived in a much peaceful situation, in a more peaceful city. Yeah, he was a twin, and so his twin brother was like buck wild, whatever. But it's quite funny because the bad endings in in Dramatical Murder are very severe, but not to say that the bad endings of Slow Damage aren't severe, even though we only went through like Madarame. But the endings of Slow Damage don't come off as severe because Toa is so outrageously self-destructive. Aoba is not. Aoba is like, when he's introduced, he's just like, he's introduced as like a regular person living in that setting. But Toa, on the other hand, is amnesiac. He's missing an eye. He has a bunch of scars on him, and so you're already just like, you know, you already are curious about what Toa is like. Toa also is just like, you know, when Toa is introduced, he like, it's like getting hit in the face, like, and you're not expecting it. That's what it was like with Toa. I was so like shocked because he's so like, he's very blunt and he doesn't really care about, you know, he doesn't care if people are mean to him or they beat him up or they do terrible things to him, because he feels he doesn't have, like, he's nothing. Like, he's just like a husk of like a body, you know. And that's why like he would do the euphoric episodes, because it was like something that was, again, like ingrained in him, like a curse from his mother. But also his mother didn't know any other way to live, because she was very aware that she was not a good person. And I think that's the tragedy of Maya, though. And like when it comes to like these characters like her, It's not that some of them are just the worst people ever. She is, like, you know, Maya is like a terrible person. Like she did some terrible things, and she made other people do terrible things for her. And you know, unfortunately, she would run into Sakaki, who would become so very loyal to her and enable her, and you know, and then she would not marry, but like basically become the favorite concubine of the leader of the Takasato Gumi, and that gave her power to enable her to pursue the terrible things that ate at her inside. So it's funny because Toa wants to unveil people's dark desires so he can paint. And he paints that. Whereas like Maya kind of used like Toa said in one of the ending scenes there with Fuji, he said, so it's like Toa was Maya's canvas to do whatever she desired. Sakaki, I do want to say, you know, at first I was like, you know, they try to make you think that Sakaki's like okay, but after Rei's route, I was just like, nah, this dude's like a scumbag. Like, because Tono is definitely like the stupid one. You know, he's definitely the stupid one, and Sakaki is like far more like, he's definitely very hot-headed, so he comes off as like very well composed. But he's also very stupid because he's also, what is it called? He was like a fanatic, essentially. He treated Maya like some kind of like god on earth, because she was just so good at manipulating others, and he thought that was like, you know, and she got away with everything because she was so good at what she was doing. And like, so much so that he could live in that dilapidated house, you know, just to keep up that room. And you know, yeah, I guess that Toa, like when they were like, oh, she fell down the stairs, I'm like, Toa probably pushed her, or she tried to go down together with him, you know, because I mean, the implication was that she was kind of wild anyway. So I kind of guessed it, and I did actually guess that it was like, once they mentioned, you know, human trafficking and the other thing, I kind of assumed that I was like, you know, I've read and seen some real dark media. When I come into the nitro+chiral game, I'm expecting the worst. Yeah, so when I don't get the worst, I'm pleasantly spoiled. Well, not pleasantly. Sometimes it's not pleasant. Sometimes it's just kind of lame. But I get pleasantly surprised when it's not the worst thing I could ever have seen. You know, which is why with Asakura's route I was so stressed out. But yeah, I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed because I thought this was gonna be like, you know, like every other visual novel I've played, where it's like there are routes and you do the routes, and you know, everybody's route is different. There's always some kind of true route in visual novels, but usually the true route is just like, oh, the true route will just tell you all, again, will tell you all the story, like most of the story, and it will make things make the most sense. But in this case, the true route doesn't always include everybody else, but in here it did include everybody else. It even included Madarame, which I was shocked about, even though he only showed up for like a scene because of the way he was, you know, the way he's introduced into the story. So but I very much enjoy Slow Damage. I very much enjoyed it. I really love these characters. They feel so very human to me. the main guys anyway. I know this place, like Shinkomi, is supposed to be a very severe place, and that's why everyone who lives in Shinkomi has to be kind of like rough and tough. The kind of like outliers. A lot of them are like essentially criminals. Taku is like a debtor to the Yakuza. So, yeah. I mean, besides a few like things like writing and me like, some there are obviously like a couple typos here and there, that's whatever. But I'm gonna miss Shinkomi. I'm gonna miss Shinkomi. I'm gonna miss Towa and friends. I have grown to like truly like I love Towa a lot. When I first like started playing, I was like, I make the joke that like Towa is scary, and I was like, he is. I'm like, he has like no filter. He is just like, he does not care, and that's what's scary about him. Like, he even scares me. Like, he scares me whenever he did the first like Ikuina, Asakura, and Kirihara. Like, whenever I did like the routes with them, he was scary. Like, Towa doesn't pull punches. He's scary. So, but even before the final route, Towa is just such an interesting character, and I feel like the writer really dedicated. I feel like the writer did so well in keeping Towa within character, even through the 3 routes. I feel like Towa's character was so very, very consistently written, and it's really hard sometimes to keep that consistency, personality-wise, because it is hard. I mean, it's like you have to kind of like think, so in these different situations, how does this character act within their character and their personality, and that can be very hard. It's a little, visual novels are a little different than writing an extremely linear plot. Because once you write the linear plot, that's it. That is the canon you adhere to. But when it comes to visual novels, it's like you have to think of them in very different situations, and then in the different situations, characters do choose differently when pressured in a different kind of environment. But I love the writing of Madarame's route and the final chapter. The final chapter was really like the final chapter was perfect. It was so good, because you go through the first 3 routes and you kind of like understand each character, and you understand Kirihara, Asakura, Ikuina, and then you go through the different possibilities, and then you find out the full overarching canon. And then you see the character, like every character that you've seen in the first 3 routes, they all come back in the final chapter in some way, shape, or form. And I thought it was very beautiful. I thought it was a very beautiful story, and I thought it was a very beautiful plot. And I feel like Towa is such a fully fleshed out character, even though it takes it takes a very long time for Towa to finally like remember what feelings are. But again, I also feel it's such a, even though dramatized, I feel like the way trauma is presented in Slow Damage, I feel like it was treated pretty realistically as you can when it comes to fictional media. The way it's presented is very easy to understand, because yeah, people are different. They react to trauma differently, but in Toa's case, his PTSD and his trauma and his abuse is so severe that he can't even see properly because it's that severe. and like he said, he's probably like, I'm probably hallucinating these weird colors, so like that kind of thing. So yeah, I was really emotional towards the end because Fujieda and Toa, they talk about a lot of things, you know, like Toa said, it's like, when Fujieda said, do you resent the scars that your mother gave you, even though it's like, and Toa said, no, because they're mine, they're not hers. And I was like, yes, that is like the power, you know, that's power, to like, regardless, it's his body, you know, his body is his body, it's no one else's body but his. Whereas like same thing with Fujieda, like he said, he's like, he really hated the scars on his body because they were given to him by someone that he hated. But then when he heard Toa say that, and when he saw Toa's scars, he thought Toa's scars were very beautiful, captivating, he says. Sorry, but I really love the exploration of the characters and Slow Damage a lot. You know, Ray's story was very Ray's story made me tear up because it's kind of like, it's very uncommon to kind of hear about, like, so what Ray was experiencing was like essentially gender dysphoria, but because his father was so homophobic, you know, his father was so homophobic that he was just like, well, if you like boys, that means you're a girl. And so Ray changed himself because he thought he was supposed to be a certain way because his father claimed that he was supposed to be a certain way. And then at the end of Ray's route, he decides that, you know, he's gonna be the way he wants to be and the way he's always meant to be, despite what his father says. And so that was, I was very touched by Ray's story, even if it's like a little, Ray's story was a little like slow on the slow damage side, but I think it's because like Ray's route just made me feel like it was taking forever. I don't know why. I really do. I have no idea why. Like it felt so long, in comparison to everybody else's. But I don't know why. It just felt so long. Taku's, on the other hand, was very interesting because it was I think it was because of what like basically it was like an action, you know. It's like, oh, we're kidnapped, oh, we got a thing, oh my gosh, gunshots, you know, which, you know, it's fine. Whereas Madarame's route was like, you guys said, it's pretty rough, but I will say this, so I like Madarame quite a bit. And I think I have to play Dramatical Murder again because I do not like Mink. But you'd probably think it's like, well, aren't they like similar? Well, no, because yeah, again, on the surface to the core, they're similar. But I think the difference is that in Mink's case, it's like he just does what, like, Mink and Madarame are, I do whatever I want. However, in Aoba's case, Aoba doesn't want him to do whatever he wants. And Toa has known Madarame for a long time. So Madarame knows what Toa wants. And Toa's okay with whatever Madarame does to him. But Toa's rage, definitely, so he still has like a bit of amnesia in Madarame's route. The rage comes from his mother, but in Madarame's route, we don't talk about it. So he's taking out a lot of his anger on Madarame because also he hates that Madarame can control him, or like he feels like Madarame can control him, and that's where that rage comes from. And it's like, it's residual rage from his mother. that he doesn't even remember in chapter Madarame chapter. So anyway, sorry for my rambling. I just really like I said, I've grown to really love this game, and I'm so sad that it's done. I'm so sad that we're done with this. Yeah, this was a really great experience for me. You know, there's like, I usually try really hard to enjoy anything I play, or find something good in anything I read or play or consume. Let's put it that way. Because I always feel like there should, you know, I always try to go in with not high expectations, but I try to go in with a positive attitude, or like some optimistic, I should say, with an optimistic view. It's really hard sometimes, though. Sometimes it's just really bad. You know, no amount of optimism is gonna help people sometimes. But yeah, I'm gonna really miss Shinkomi. I'm gonna miss Toa. I'm gonna miss all the friends, and all that. And I do want to say, I guess I should talk about Fujieda, who I have a man. Sorry, I have obviously I have a massive crush on Fujieda. It's not even a secret. But Fujieda and Toa's route is so, it's so good. It's so emotionally like connected. Like, it's not just like sadness for sadness. It pokes at you it pokes at your feelings when needed. It surprises you when needed. It makes you laugh when needed. And Fujieda and Toa are quite the pair. Which again, like, I kind of wish there was like a little more. I mean, they spend the entire chapter together, essentially. You know, once they finally like meet, like come together. I kind of wish they were. You know, it's funny that I'm like, oh, I kind of wish there was more intimate moments between them, but they had a lot of intimate moments. A lot of their moments were very intimate. It's just that some of them it didn't show in picture. It was just like in text. But also Fujieda is literally like so like obviously, you know, he's got like a heroic side to him, you know, kind of thing. It's just so it's so good, the way in which like Fujieda and Toa both contrast and reflect one another throughout the entire final chapter. And it's just and then, you know, again, the trauma bonding. Like I said, the trauma bonding is probably like not the best way to start a relationship, but they didn't actually, you know, like, you know, they really went through their paces. They really did what they had to do. And also this painting, man, the ending story of this painting is quite, you know, again, beautiful. And the closing text from Toa, I'm gonna get emotional because in the, it's just you know, when a character like Toa spends his entire time feeling so apathetic and worthless, and like, you know, he's just like insulting himself the entire time, and basically essentially like everybody would always say like, oh, he looks like a walking corpse, like that's usually his like main thing, and then at the very end he finally realizes like, oh, for the first time in a very long time, like for the first time I realized in my life I finally cherish my life. And again, that makes me so like, on like a fictional sense, makes me emotional, but in real life that doesn't always happen for everybody. So when I see it happen fictionally, I get emo, and and I'm just so, you know, I'm just so I feel so satisfied, but not in a pandered way. I just feel so satisfied that Toa mentions, like, in the end, he still suffers from nightmares because of the PTSD, because of the trauma. Because that's just the reality. Just because you, like, you know, everybody, like, everything you fight is over, everything, you know, the story kind of concludes and you have your happy ending with your cute boyfriend and all that other stuff. It's like, it doesn't mean it's really over. You know, you will continue to feel pain in life. You know, that's just us as human beings, that's us in life. But Toa knows that, and Toa just continues to live. And this game, like, really hit me in, like, all the good places. No pun intended. emotionally, but okay. I think I can close off my thoughts here. I don't know if I'll be recording the other bad endings, the other madness endings, because I don't know. I'm in a good spot right now. If I maybe when I feel a little, like, when I can make a joke about slow damage's more emotional sections without crying a bucket of tears, maybe I'll post those up, or maybe I'll just do it on the side and call it a day. I have a lot to edit, so we'll just have to see. But thank you so much, everybody, for joining me on this journey of playing slow damage. I'm so glad that I went through and just decided to do this for YouTube. You know, I was a little back and forth about it for a while, but I figured, I was like, it'll be okay. I just have to make sure to edit it properly and we'll be fine. So but thank you guys for showing so much interest in the slow damage playthrough. I love visual novels. It's just that I don't speak Japanese. I don't understand Japanese very well. I just know here and there. So I've only ever been able to play whatever visual novels come to me. You know, whatever I can get my little grubby hands on, those are the ones I'll play. And I'm glad I could play slow damage for everyone. You guys can laugh at me, and when I blah, 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 trip over my words because my mouth is dry and all that stuff, and I'm tired, I'm still just wanting to play slow damage because I love these guys so much. Yeah, I'm so appreciative to everybody who continued to comment with me and watch this as I played it for the first time. I'm very, very appreciative of you guys, and please don't be a stranger. You know, if you follow me on social media, like, we can always chat. We can always chat about BL and Idol and slow damage and how much I love slow damage. So but yeah, so this will probably be the final video of slow damage you get from me, playthrough wise. If I, you know, I probably will draw them on stream at some point. Some slow damage draw streams. But yeah, so I don't know what our next step will be if I do another YouTube special. I will probably do a couple more. I will continue to do visual novels, but if they're anything like slow damage, I'll just have to really edit them, and I'll only be able to do one at a time because you know, these are very long videos. So otherwise, like I said, thank you so much for joining me as I played slow damage. Again, stay happy, stay healthy, stay well. Thank you. I just can't stop but saying thank you. I also want to say thank you to nitro+chiral for giving us slow damage and this. Like, I'm just so very happy. I feel so very fulfilled. I feel very inspired, and that hasn't happened in a while. So you know, so anyway, otherwise, please please continue to look out for more stuff from me. I'm sorry. I'm so sad now because we're finished with Slow Damage playthrough Rise, and it's just oh, I haven't felt this sad in so long I have to let go of Slow Damage. So but okay, yes, as I said, stay happy, stay healthy, stay well ×2. Like I said, as always, if you want to check out my podcast, you can smooch though about all things boys love and other related items, in which I will probably talk about Slow Damage finally now that I finished it. It's available on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music. We'll be on YouTube podcast soon. Please check out season 1. Season 2 coming soon. Thank you. I love you guys. I love Slow Damage. I love Toa. I love all the boys. Hopefully we can come and visit the city of Shinkomi again. Maybe if I can figure out how to play clean dishes, we can return to the city of Shinkomi one more time. But I don't speak Japanese yet, so maybe if I crash course myself, we can make it happen. But again, thank you guys. Good evening. Good morning. Ohayo. As they would say in the morning. But yes. I just don't want to say goodbye. That's really what it is. But okay. Okay, for real now. Thank you so much again. And I guess this time I could say, instead of good night, we'll say good morning. Sleep well. Awaken well. I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye. Night night. Good morning. Hello, it's present me with some additional things to say. I want to express my boundless gratitude to all of you who watched the Slow Damage series. It's probably taken me so long to put this final video up because somewhere inside I think I just don't want to say goodbye to it. As of posting this video, I have entered my 10th year on YouTube. This channel encompassing 7 of the 10 years. Out of all the videos that could have pushed me to YouTube partner, I'm glad it was Slow Damage. You all have made my days delightful and joyous when you leave comments on videos and chat with me excitedly over the things that I love so much. Toa is a character I've come to love very deeply. Despite all his brokenness, he is able to both use the pain of his trauma to empower himself and free himself from the generational curses of his mother and father. Watching his journey of healing has helped me find hope that I can heal, as I hope most of you probably feel you can as well. I don't think this is the end of Slow Damage on this channel because I have a lot of art I would like to perhaps post videos of in the future. But once again, thank you so much for allowing me to be your silly narrator and laugh and cry and bond with me. I hope you guys join me for dramatical murder as well. Thank you for loving Toa. Thank you for loving Slow Damage. Stay happy, stay healthy, stay well. I love you all very much. Goodbye. Good night.